Here we go now. 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 now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
What's up, my good people? It is your girl Mitch Gaming, and we're officially live again for the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025. It is the group stages day 3, and with me, of course, I am joined by one of the amazing casters, and that is PTK. PTK, how are you doing today?
Yo, I'm doing good. I'm very happy for this, man. PUBG Mobile African Cup. We did the day one, we did the day two, and finally, guys, day three is here. And we are going to be witnessing a daybreak. We are going to be witnessing one of the best, if not the best, actions when it comes to PUBG Mobile Africa as we know it.
Exactly. We are going to be experiencing the most intense battles. I mean, we're just starting. It is day 3. We have been here day 1, day 2. Just like PTK is saying, we are in day 3. And I'm sure we'll be expecting some very interesting fights here and there. And of course, some very highlighted moments in the games. But there's something PTK needs to tell us before we can continue talking about today's games. PTK, we have watched day 1 and 2. And now we are in
Uh-huh.
day 3. Are we going to be expecting any new changes in strategies? Are we going to be seeing new teams coming up? Or what should we be expecting for day 3?
Okay, one, day one and day two, teams were a bit tense because this was the first time that they are experiencing this. They know that it's a knockout. 14 teams qualify. So the tensions were high. But right now, the teams are well composed. They had a whole week to practice, they had a whole week to have that recomposure, they had a whole week to train. So I believe today we are going to be having some changes. We are going to be having teams going to the top, teams that were down, teams improving so much. And guys, we need to be watching out for Espada. Espada, one of the best teams that I've seen. We also have Angry X Smoke. Bro, we have a lot of teams. So today, and Kenya, where is Kenya? Execute. These guys they are coming for the throne. That is what that they were saying in their Instagram post, and I hope that these guys are going to be meaning it. But we have a lot of competition, and we have it all. And guys, for the format, we had the online qualifiers that was from 13th to 20th of July. I know most of you guys are heard of these, or what these people, what these streamers are playing the online qualifier, where we had 48 teams. And right now, we have the 40. Oh, these are the 48 teams that are happening right now. This is the group stage. We have the week 1, we have the week 2, and finally the week 3. This is week number 2. That is August 9th to August 10th. Today 9th and tomorrow 10th. That is when the week 2 will be happening. Week 3, that is 16th to 17th August. 48 teams, 3 groups, and only 14 will be making it to the finals LAN in Nairobi, Kenya. And guys, for the grand finals, that is 6th to 7th September. 16 teams. 16 teams only. 14 from the group stage, 1 Kenyan team and 1 team from a third party tournament. And guys, Mitch, look at the prize pool. What do you
Yeah.
think of the prize pool? Because this is an insane prize pool.
Yeah, $8,000 on the line. I believe that is a really good, something the players can be looking forward to achieving and maybe making it to the first place where you can get $2,000 from the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup in this stage. And of course, we have second place getting $1,400, third place getting $1,000, fourth all the way to 16th place. They will be getting prizes as well in cash. You can see fourth place, they're having $700, fifth place getting 550, sixth 450. In short, all the slots will be getting something from the prize. So all the teams should be looking to make it the top 16 because that is where all the goodies are. If you cannot make it there, then probably you will be hearing some stories here and there about how people got to enjoy $8,000 from the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025. I mean, we're just getting started. So let's see how the teams will be performing to make it to top 16. Looking at the point system, it is the usual 10 points for the winner chicken dinner. I'm hoping the teams today will be looking for those points. Second place getting 6 total points, third getting 5, fourth, fifth, and fifth also getting 3 points, sixth getting 2 points, seventh to eighth getting 1 point, and then ninth to 16th they will not be getting any points. And of course, we have to remind you guys that once you get an elimination, that is an automatic 1 point to your overall ranking. So please, if you're playing, ensure you get yourself at least elimination points. 1 can go a long way. 1, 2, up to 10, depending on how you guys are feeling to play today. PTK, you saw what happened last time. We had teams that are getting up to 20 eliminations.
Yeah, I saw a team getting close to that eliminations, a player getting 11 eliminations in a single match. That was incredible, guys. And we are hoping to see players top that when it comes to today's games. We have the Group A Execute, we have the Unique Esports 4M, GUFA. These are some of the best teams, guys. Let us look at this specific team from the Group A. XTC from Nigeria. XTCs. These guys are looking to make a comeback today, and these guys, I know they have the capability, but do they have the zest and the zeal to get to the spot? We have the Group B, RRQ, they have been good. MUs, RRG, we have the Tempers, Angries, and we have the Navies. Cyphers are also represented, but today, what mentality are these players going to bring? What mentalities are these teams going to bring to the table? Rejects in the Group C, Galaxy, and Group C. That is a team, that is a group that starts today. So I hope these guys are coming one-minded and set to take the throne, set to take that championship. We have the Rejects, Galaxy, Glory, TBW, Donkeys, another improving and a well-able team from Somalia. And guys, these are the playing teams when it comes to the day 3. That is the week 2. Rejects, Galaxy, we have the Glory, we have the TBW, Donkeys, and the bosses are here. And the bosses, what are you guys bringing to the table today? We are looking upon the bosses to take and to show us who's boss when it comes to this game. Riz Esports, we have the 4B4s. Okay, guys, I have to mention this. Okay, the 4B4s have not had quite some good games, but what about today? Are we going to see the same trajectory that we saw in the day 1 and the day 2? What are these guys going to bring today? 4B4s, let us see what you guys got. The Rejects, Espada, Madagascar. Oh my goodness. You can't talk about Group C without talking about Espada. Espada, one of the best, and that is how we know them. So Espada teams in the Group C, let us see the competition. And the squad roster. Yo, Mitch, I know you've seen the Emperors. I know you've seen these, the Reject Emperors. What is happening? What is happening to them?
Yeah, I believe that is RJC, a very strong team there from South Africa. I believe that is the most hyped team. We'll be seeing how they perform already there, doing a good job. We have North Esports there, we have Neon, we have Glory, we have Tribe Warriors as well. We have very strong players. I believe Group C has a very good lineup of teams there. Tribe Warriors having people like Madness, Armani, Top C, very strong players from the Tribe Warriors. RJC, we can talk about Reverb there, and Nassar, very good players from their team. Galaxy, we have a player like Riz, him, very good, strong players for the Galaxy. Of course, we'll be seeing how they get to carry their team throughout today's games. I mean, Group C was not able to play much when it came to week 1, but now in week 2 they're playing more, and we'll be seeing how they perform, seeing that RJC is already leading in terms of Group C's points, as well as Espada. We'll be seeing how they do that. Looking at the Donkeys, we have DK, Hancho, and Dybala, not leaving Tony outside, because Tony and Leo, very good duo combination. If they play together, then you'll be very surprised how they go about their fights. We have Boss there, Ara, we have Godzi, Kairos, Bravo, very strong players as well. We have Insane. And looking at the 4B4M, we have players like Sami, Anto, Baby Rich, very good players. I believe no more esports. We have more Zeld, we have more Flame, we have more Aura. I believe PTK told more Aura he was basically farming his own Aura. I hope he doesn't do that today. But of course, seeing that he's a good player as well, we've seen how he performs there. The F4 team, there we have Crusher, Azrael, very good players in Group C. The lineups are making sense. And looking at the Evil team, we have Rashford, Lucifer himself in the game. So of course we'll wait and see how Lucifer performs. We have the Dream Team. We have Peter, Nova, Sad. I believe Sad and Ace, we have seen them working together. Very good support on each other's phones. We have Espada, the team that got a chicken dinner the first day for Group C. They impressed all of us, and they made it to the first page of the results. So you'll be seeing how Espada performs today. And then we have Reject, another team I believe I've had same PTK telling us about Rejects. And BTK, I'm going to be holding you accountable for most of these teams. You have told us a few things here and there about them, so we'll be seeing how they perform in general.
Yeah, oh my goodness me, guys. We are looking to see something awesome. Nigeria, Madagascar, these countries have been chasing the title, but what will happen today? Schedule, guys, of the day. That is match 1 for the Group C. So the Group C's will be playing the first match and the second match. For the first match, that is Erangel, the land of the originals, the land that we know of, the land that we love, Erangel, Pochinki Apartments. That is where we love going. The match 2, that is the Group C. We have Miramar, as Mitch calls it, the land of dust. As I call it, the land of the dry bones. And that is the second game. That game, that is Sanhok, the land of the tacticalist. Those are the pro campers. But we are not calling them campers today. We are calling them strategists. We have the match 4 for the Group A. That is Erangel, another good game. And finally, for today, that is a Group B, match 5, Miramar. So 2 Miramar games, 2 Erangel games, and 1 Sanhok game. Group A, Group B, Group C. But Group C starts Group A, and then finally Group B. And guys, I can't wait for the action. I just can't wait for the drill, because this is what we have been waiting for. And for the overall ranking, Unique are with the number 1. Team Unique. But I think, guys, just a slight issue for the total points. But the Team Unique, this is how that they are doing this. This is the number 1 team. Team Unique, I don't know how these guys are able to do this. Madman has been an impressive sport when it comes to this team. Being an MVP, getting 8 eliminations plus, this guy has been OP, and this guy has been awesome when it comes to Team Unique. And I can't wait. Is Madman going to do what he knows to do? Is he going to bring his best, or is he going to be bested by the other players? It is a matter of time, a matter of now, a matter or never. It is about to go down, Mitch. It is about to go down. I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, I'm actually excited as well. Just like you've said, Unique Madman there, a very skillful player, MVP back to back. But remember, the MVP slot will always change. As the games progress, the MVP slot is always moving. But we know Madman, he's probably going to be holding that slot for quite some time before anyone is able to, push him on the side a little bit. But we're waiting to see how that goes. Just like PTK is saying, we are very excited. I mean, it is the first game for day 3, week 2. You're finally here. The amazing viewers are back. I hope you guys are vouching for your teams there in the comment section, putting your flags up so that we can see as you hype your team, so that we can continue also giving them the motivation they need. At the end of the day, everyone wants to come to Nairobi, Kenya. I mean, you need to see how tall PTK is. And the only way you can do that is by making it to the grand finale in PMSC 2025. So I hope all the teams are putting their best foot forward. Otherwise, some of you might miss that chance. But otherwise, PTK, you have mentioned very good teams here in the Group C. We have seen some teams that we really want to see. I mean, RJC, Espada, 2 teams that are fighting for that, top slot. So I'm sure today it's going to be very aggressive. Today is going to be that day.
Yeah, Madagascar, Nigeria, Kenya, Gabon, DRC. Bro, I don't have the words. I just want the games. I'm just waiting for the games to start so that I may know who is who are the best, who will take the title, who will make it to the top 14. It's not easy, guys. 48 teams is no joke. Group A, Group B, Group C. So we are going to receive quite some fights, because Group A want to make it, Group B want to make it, Group C want to make it, because the LAN, that is the key thing. Get into the LAN and get into PMGC. But finally, Africa, our time is coming. Our time is here. Let us show them what we have. Today, this is it. This is the moment. Cheer for your team. They need to see the flags. They need to see you in the chat. They need to see their people. Let's get the games started.
Yeah, I mean, let the battle begin. We are finally here for game one, for Group C. And the map they're playing is Erangel. Looking at the flight path, it is coming more from the southwestern side all the way to the northern side of Erangel in Severny, a place where I know some teams will be looking forward to going there, seeing that most of the teams are very comfortable playing around Severny. Others tend to be comfortable as well just landing where the flight path began. They do not want to take a ride. Totally okay. At the end of the day, I believe what matters is, can you hold whatever place you have landed for the longest time without losing even a single player? That is something we're going to be waiting to see. But of course, we have RJC there, Espada, Galaxy, the Donkeys, Zeus, Final Boss. Very good teams all over here in Group C. But of course, we can only have one winner at the end of the day. Not everyone can get that chicken dinner. So for the question is, which team are we going to be seeing giving us the chicken dinner when it comes to the first game of the day? And the zone has basically gone to the northern side. In Severny, just like I said, most teams love Severny. For some reason, Severny is most of the team's favorites, and we have at least the players from RJC landing with another team right next to them. Probably a fight will be happening later. Of course, as soon as Nasser got a hold of any gun, even though it's just a pistol, he was already going for that push. Let's see how that is going to be working out for him. But PTK, the game is just starting. So is it wise for RJC to take on these fights, seeing that most of the time in the comment section, we have people watching for RJC, and this could be it could be either way, a win or a loss for RJC.
Basically, the thing that I would say is always avoid the fast fights, because the fast fights, you might win them. I'm not saying that you'll lose them. You might win them, but then you might suffer like a lot of casualties. Maybe take down 4 players, but then lose 2 players. If you lose these 2 players, you are quite at a disadvantage of getting those placement points when it comes to those point system ranking, because the placement points are very, very important. And the last one, it is a numbers game. Quite some knock. That is the RGCS. Bro, this was the guy that got 11 eliminations in the day 2. And right now, already getting a knock. And they are thinking of making the push. Nade is in from the 7RB. This is the 7RB from the Evil. They are trying to get the RGCs. RGCs are locking in. Trying to put the nade, trying to throw the nade. That is just a dummy. Trying to make them come out of the spot, trying to make them move. Oh my goodness, RGCs with yet another knock, and they are getting the push. RGCs, oh my goodness, quite some nade, but they need to connect. 7RB, they are getting butchered. Welcome to the lobby from the RGCs, and right now RGCs already 1 elimination, 1 knock, and what a good knock, what a good nade from the L47 RB, and the game is started, and tempers are high. They are trying to RGCs need to oh my goodness, Evil Unix eliminated, and it is basically a 4v2 situation at the moment. Time 5, still a 0. Trying to survive the RGCs. RGCs. Is your time coming? Is your time coming? Or are you guys just delaying the inevitable for the evil ones? As we continue, yo, Mitch, this was the thing. We were talking about these early pushes. And right now, I think the RGCs, they just need to go all in. They have the numbers. They just need to go all in.
Yeah, true.
They might win this. I think they might win this, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. They have the numbers now, but you can see how Evil back there is waiting. I mean, that is a very dangerous pose. If you make one mistake, I'm not even, if it were me, I'd do the same thing. Basically, wait, and any single chance I get, that would be a spray all the way back to lobby. I have to ensure that mag is completely empty before I can stop firing. But we'll be seeing how that goes. Like you've said, the RJC have the numbers, and that will be the best time for them to go in for that push. Looking at Pochinki, we have 2 teams over here in Pochinki Espada. And of course, they'll be going for that push. But like I said, that hold was very dangerous. The player was able to get a knock there. But then Nasser going in for that push, was able to get that last player. Now, Evil will be the last one standing. And he's trying to get through that. he does get the fast knock. Nasser is down. He's still going to go in for that push. Probably will be able to survive. Seeing how patient he is there with the shotgun, taking every single pre-fire, making sure that he can at least get even another knock on the players from RJC. Remember, being just one man standing is a lot of pressure on your team. And RJC have been eliminated by the evil ones. Wow. Pure
How
evil.
on earth? How
Wow.
on earth did that happen? The RGC, what they were winning the game, but one man just turned it all. I think right now it's not about numbers; it's about skill, and that guy does have the skill because that was incredible. That was insane. How on earth did that guy even pull that up? How was he even able to get the RGCs? He knew he didn't have the numbers, but he still made the push. 1v1, and all it requires is that pump shotgun. And that is the essence of having a shotgun. One tap, one shot, and you get the elimination. But we have some fights that is from the donkeys. The donkeys from Somalia. They're getting the normal, and one of the normals is indeed no more. The DK is with one elimination. That is a Daydara, a Hancho. We have Leo, and finally the DK Tony. But when it comes to the DKs, I believe the DK Tony, the fragger in this team, is the most crucial. So take out the DK Tony, you might be winning the game. But fail to take him out, he takes your team out. And the DKs, Somalia is watching. Let's see what the DKs are bringing to the day 3. And Somalia has been quite good, but I don't understand. Only one team from Somalia made it to the top 48. That was insane. How did that even happen? But look at this! How on earth have they not seen this?
Yeah, they're still they're seeing him. I mean, he was just chilling, waiting, making sure no one can see him. But I mean, they spotted him, and just like that, he has been taken back to lobby. Just like you've said, I mean, for the DK, the donkeys, they are the only team that has been able to make it here from Somali. I am quite interested to see how they will be performing. I mean, being the only team from a specific region, that does give you some sort of pressure and might be even changing your mentality on how you're going to be handling the fights here and there. We'll be seeing how that plays out soon. But the zone is finally closing in. The teams are now going to be forced to go towards the northern side of Erangel, towards Severny. Shooting ranges now. Poliana also seems to be a little bit safe for now, but most of the teams are not looking to go towards that side. Looking at Dream Team, Reject coming in late towards the zone. We might be seeing some sort of zone holding here. Some teams, rather Rejects, might decide to hold that place, waiting for the people who are doing very late rotations towards the zone, and maybe we'll be having a fight happening just by the edge of the zone. That's something we'll be waiting to see. But for now, the games are finally getting intense. It is going to be a very interesting last zone fight. Seeing that already only one team is in lobby, 15 teams are still standing, and no one is ready to take on that fight. I mean, you can imagine the amount of fights that we'll be having across the map by the time this zone becomes smaller and smaller as the time goes by.
Yeah, true that. As the zone continues to get smaller, guys, as we continue making the shift, the northern part of the map, shooting range, that is where the action is about to be brewing. These are the teams that are remaining. 15 teams in total, only one team eliminated, that is the RGCs, and 53 players, and we might be having a fight. Rogue with the 0 eliminations, almost a spray down from the vehicle, above the drive. We have the top C with quite some beautiful spray, but didn't get anyone. So they are still holding the position. Don't make the push until you get the opening knock. Remember, the opening knock, that is the knock that makes that enemy team slow down. So make the opening knock and then make the push.
Yeah,
Thrasher, Crusher almost eliminated. That was quite. Yeah, from the Dream Team eSports. Dream Team eSports almost eliminated. That is the DXX almost out of the room. A matter of seconds, you might be winning the game, but then a third party might be doing as you continue to make that holding. Dream Team eSports almost becoming a nightmare to them. Dream Team, no, that was a nightmare to them. This is the force of 4 Crusher. They are still heading to the play zone. As the play zone is making the shift, they are also making the shift. They are making the plan in. You need that, and that was quite some DBS shotgun. Glory, glory, glory. That is the team glory. Eliminating no more. GG's as we continue. Oh, Dream Team! What is this? That is a third party after a third party. Dream Team. Right now, this is an 8 for them because only one of the guys is remaining, and the guy is getting that. He is almost getting knocked. It is a 3-team battle. Force for Crusher. Dream Team. Oh my goodness me. Quite some spray. And the Dream Team right now. Oh my goodness me. This is turning to a nightmare to them. This is turning into a flight and fight a scenario as we continue. Force 4 trying to get that revive. And Mitch, look at this fight. We are not yet. Oh my goodness me. We are not yet in the final zone. But these are the insane fights that are happening right now. Oh my goodness me. TBs, they got the knock. 2 knocks for them, but they are also receiving the knocks.
Yeah, I mean, it is happening everywhere. Oh, your goodness me. And our Cyber is there, top C, trying to get the damage on the force there. He's trying to go for that amazing damage. I mean, top C is there to do the thing, and he does exactly that. He's able to get that cover on his teammate, and now finally, the players from Tribe Warriors will be able to get that revive. Amazing cover there from top C. Just like I had told you guys earlier, top C has a very good strategy for his team. Most of the time, he's the one who can cover, and going on the aggressive play. That will be progressing throughout the games, but now as they try to make it to the zone, just after they finished getting their revives, we have snaking, waiting for the Tribe Warriors to make their way to the zone. Then maybe players from Tribe Warriors are going to be making a very strategic flank there, making sure that they can make it to the zone. Already others have been able to move, but then one of them is not able to do so. Rejects here, they will be going in for that push. And of course, being that is only one man right above them, you can see them going together, making sure they don't have to find. Because as soon as they're trying to push that one player, you might just be the one being back. Down, a second knock is in there. Lord Shadow is down, leaving just one man, and that is Bodette. And of course, Bodette will be waiting to see how that goes. But then Akobi is about to make a move. Unfortunately, my friend Jolo, and an amazing DBS shot there from the one and only reject player Anos. I mean, very rare use of the DBS, using a very small gap on the building to be able to get a knock. I mean, PTK, what kind of skills are that? Do you think at that level for now?
That is practice and practice and practice. Practice makes perfect, and that was the thing. That was perfect. And perfect itself. Riz Esports are still trying to raise up the lobby. Oh, 0 eliminations for that team. Dream Team Esports and the man DXX, the lone wolf, the man that needs to look for the placement points, still survives, but not afraid for a fight. He is ready, and ready indeed, to take on anyone that tries to eliminate him. These are the insane Esports. Insane Dust, still not Dusty. 0 eliminations. They have only 1 elimination, having 3 players in their team. OBP are out, RGCs are out, F4s are out, and no more. And no more. 4 teams eliminated in the first game of the day. 39 players remaining. 12 teams in total are remaining. And the zone are still shrinking as much as we can. And we talked about the shooting range. The shooting range will become a hot drop when it comes to this game, because the zone is shrinking towards that direction. The northern part of the map, that is where the zone is. Galaxy S29 eliminated by the play zone. Still not. I don't know if they will get the revive, but it is just a matter of time. Espada, this is the team that we have been watching out for. They got a chicken dinner in the day one. Will they be able to make it happen when it comes to this game? Espada still have 4 players, and they are looking to make that shine. The country is watching. Galaxy is still getting eliminated by the play zone. Where are Galaxy? Mitch, why are teams getting eliminated by the play zone right now?
I mean, like you said it, of course, some people are changing their strategies, but it seems like for Galaxy, the strategy for a very late rotation might not be working for them, seeing that they're already losing a couple of players as they try to make their rotations towards the zone. But of course, it does happen sometimes. You can see for Galaxy, already 2 of their players they have been eliminated. That is a loss to the team. I hope they have a way of maybe covering that loss one way or another. If it's either holding a compound and waiting for the zone to start shifting and then maybe engage in the last zone fight, then they can start to recover from the loss. But oh, we have a car chase and the 4v4M eSports getting from Rejects is also by the 4v4M. I mean, everyone is ready to get and immediately Eros there does go in for that spray, does get the first player down from 4v4M, second player down. If there's 2 players standing, that is Sami and a Spirit, and I'm not sure how they're going to be surviving this, not losing a couple of players. We can see a good number of casualties from every single side, but the thing is, teams are on every single angle and being able to fight. They're in the heart of the fight. They're in the middle of everything, and they cannot really engage till they decide what next. Their teammate here, that is 9, will be going back to lobby. They will revive him, and that is unfortunate for 4v4M. 2 of them remain standing. The game is getting closer to an end. So how will they be able to recover? Same to the team that was Galaxy.
Oh my goodness me. One thing, how do you even knock someone from the vehicle, from inside a vehicle with an S12K? That was the single one. Right now, everyone's taking a shot. And the man almost becoming the martyr, almost becoming the man that makes that 1v3, but 1v3 in his dreams. GG's, but was eliminated while trying to make that happen. Right now, Reject to 7 eliminations. We have the TBW Stripe Warriors 4 eliminations. We have the Donkeys with 2 eliminations, Glory with 2 eliminations, and Paradise Invincible and Reese with 1 elimination each. And that is why Espada, they have been holding the spot, and they have been holding the spot for that. And that is how they have gotten the team that was making that push. Oh, BP out of the game, out of the lobby in the first game. We have the first game, that is Erangel. The next game, Miramar for the Group C. Espada trying to make the rotation. God Z. We have a Kirosh, a final boss. These are the final boss. Boss versus the Espada, and they are trying to make that a nade throw in. They are trying to make, and the ball is out, and that might be a knock, but not a knock. They are trying to get to a sweet spot. They are trying to create that choke point to get the boss team. They want to show them who is boss. Acquired some nade, getting some damage, but didn't quite get the knock. It is about connection. It is about the eliminations. It is about the placement. It is about it all. Get the placement, but boss, they are receiving quite some third party from south of their area. As we continue, guys, 19 players. Final boss got the knock. Bro, what is that? Look at this. I think Espada may lose this. Mitch, I think Espada may be losing the fight.
Yeah,
want to make the push.
This. Yeah, seeing how the final boss is playing on the aggressive side here, they want to really pressure Espada to not be able to think through their strategy, and the names are finally coming in there. Espada is now in the heat of all this action. I mean, final boss has to finish this fight before a team just goes in there. So already in, and one man is now standing. Will be able to stand on Espada's legacy, or will we see Espada being eliminated before they could even make it to the top 5 and maybe gather a little more on the placement points? But as you can see now, the Zeus are final boss now. They are going to be making their way into the safe zone. Good strategy there from Insane. They decided not to engage in that fight, but I mean, if it works, it works. I mean, look at God, final boss there just carrying his teammate. I mean, if it works, it works. You guys make it to the zone, get your numbers up, and continue the game. But for now, teams are now closing on each other. Having the best time of their life. Team Glory holding a compound, Reject holding the same place, but then looking at Galaxy there right on their northern side. They will be really careful about that, because if the players from Galaxy spot even a single weakness, then maybe we'll be seeing a push happening from one side to the other. All this is dependent on just one small mistake. Seen that already. Tribe Warriors losing players and their team getting eliminated just like that without even them being able to say anything. Oh, an Insane flies in there, tries to go in for the Zeus final boss, but I mean that jump was the reason why we cannot say anything, but that was an insane fight.
That was an insane fight indeed, guys. Espada out of the game. They were the men. They were the people that were making it happen. They had that first game luck, but right now, I think we are looking at new champions as we continue. Teams are showing us what they've got. We have the reject, getting the glory got. This is the fight between the bosses and the donkeys from Somalia. Whoever wins this fight might be a contender for the champion, because these teams, they have us. And right now, they are looking to get the eliminations one by one. They made a slide in, and the knock is in. Donkeys with the kick. They are coming all in. Donkeys are trying to make the push. They know they have it all. They got the knock. Right now, they need to get those finished. Look at that spray. They are trying to make the spray. This is the DK Yara, one of a very good player in this team. These guys are cooking a nade, a glory max. They are getting pushed. A DBS, shotguns, one shot, one to tap, a bang bang. Who is out? It is a matter of time. Glory, oh my goodness, final boss getting. It is a matter of seconds. 1, 2, 3. They are getting that knock. And they get the finish. That is the DK. And right now, it is a matter of time. That DBS, that S12K. Oh my goodness me. Glory max. They maxed them eliminations. They maxed that fight. GG's to them. Even they are looking forward to win the game. DKs. Oh my goodness. Glory. What is just happening, Reese? And these are the 4 teams remaining. And guys, yo, Mitch, I have a question. Out of the 4 teams, which one do you think has the highest probability of winning the game?
At this point, I will go with the team with the numbers. Looking at Glory, they have the numbers. For Galaxy being a duo, that is going to be really tricky for them. And of course, for Reese, they have the numbers for now. But as you can see, DK is really getting to push some pressure. They're on the Reese team. Of course, they will be looking for a way to survive through that fight. But for now, Galaxy is going to be waiting for the team that is Glory to make a mistake. But then as they try to make it to the safe zone, one of the teammates is knocked. And of course, Pang will be taken back. So I believe just one man, that is James C, surviving from the Legends. 3 teams still standing, because now the donkeys have been able to eliminate, that is Reese eSports, from the top 4 teams in the game. Looking at DK, we have to say this is a very big improvement, seeing that in terms of their overall ranking for the donkeys, it was not really looking that good for them. And they were not having the best games last week. But now we are here in week 2. And you can see the improvement. They finally made it to the top 3. They have the eliminations. They have the confidence now. Just like you said, that one team surviving from a specific region might be what is going to be pushing them towards that victory. So for now, PTK, all I can say is probably the team that is going to win is the team that has good compound and numbers to sustain themselves for now.
Another moment, I think the numbers, they are going to the donkeys, but then you need to remember what happened to the rejects. One man made quite some show, and he helped his team to win that. Right now, the donkeys 4 players in. It is a 4v3v2. 1 to come, 1 to save. Donkeys, are you winning this? Are you going to win the fight? But you know what, guys? As we said, not in terms of numbers. It is a matter of skills, a matter of placements, and a matter of that composure. You might be the only player remaining, but you have the composure of 5 players, not even 4, of 5 players. One of the guys is out, and the Glory Max are going to get that revive. DK Tony with 1 elimination. The DKs with 8 elimination. That is 8 combined elimination. And the Glory, they are getting that revive, trying to destroy the vehicle. That is the DK Tony. Galaxy is getting knocked by the DK Leo, and the DKs are going for the push. These are men on a mission. These are men inspired by the action. These are men that have changed their tactics. They have changed their skills. And right now, bringing the skills. Glory almost getting the Galaxy. Pubg. Oh my goodness me. What was that? And I believe that will be a knock for the DK Leo. DKs. Hold on to your horses, because the kicks are coming in. The donkeys are getting the elimination. Galaxy, only 1 player left. Glory, only 3 players left. A 4v3 v1. Numbers game, placement game. I just
Yeah.
don't know.
I mean, looking at Pang there, he was just naked. I really hoped he will stay silent, and just wait for the teams to battle each other out. And then because I'm basically a solo, and I have been lying here, and no one has been spotting me for quite some time. So why should I expose my location? But I believe sometimes it could be the teammates asking maybe for him to get that spray, or he just wanted to engage and fight again. But an amazing spray there from Glory, right here, and try to get a sprays again to Deidara. Already one of their teammates is down, and that is Max, of course. He will be going in for that revive. But then remember, as the zone starts shifting, the team that is Glory will be on the losing side. Leo coming in with the rotations, they're trying to control the blast. Glory, the damage on your side, vehicles coming from every single angle. He's down. Let's get the knockdown. Tony will be going for that push, and finally, first game of the day, that is Erangel, and it has new winners, and that is the Donkeys getting themselves a winner chicken dinner for the first game of the day. I mean, PTK, when we're talking about improvements, I think we'll be talking about the Donkeys for quite a long time now.
That was quite insane, Mitch. Yeah, improvement. The Donkeys have done it. Brilliant. Oh my goodness, teenage kicks? No. Donkey kicks. These guys, they are bringing the kicks. Like it, like them, hate them. These are the men that just won the first game. Erangel. Somalia has just won their first game ever. And I believe this is their first ever chicken dinner when it comes to these qualifiers. Insane. DKs. Deidara, Tony. These guys with quite some contribution. Vehicle finishes. Strategic gameplay, and the DKs. GG's to them. And I want to see the Somalia flag chat, guys. Somalia. Your time has come. First game. And right now, only one game left. Who will be able to maintain that? Donkeys, are you going to maintain that? But right now, let us deal with that. We just saw greatness, and we just saw it. These are the Donkeys, the MVP of the game, Deidara himself. 4 eliminations, 804 damage, and when it comes to the knocks, 4 knocks, 3 assists, and the healing. This guy, he has not healed that much, so this guy has not received quite some damage himself. 112 heals. We have the survival time, that is 2440. But guys, when it comes to the MVPs, you need to be looking at the eliminations and the assist. Quite a big contributor, and the Donkeys have just gotten that winner chicken dinner. And these are your top players for the Group C. First game, Erangel. That is the DK Deidara. 4 eliminations. Glow Fagas. I think it is Fagasio, right? Or the Fagas 10. With 2 eliminations. Fagas 10, yeah. But 2 eliminations and 4 knocks, insane. Reject Arara. This guy, 3 eliminations and 4 knocks. But look at the number of knocks, Mitch. Look at the number of knocks. How are these guys getting all these knocks? Because 4 knocks, 3 knocks, 4 knocks. How is this even possible?
I mean, well,
so the game,
you saw how they were playing, right? You saw how most of the teams were really engaging from a distance. They were not really putting themselves in the middle of the fight. So, of course, the knocks will be there. Some of them were third party, and others are getting knocks and then thinking it through before they go in for that push. So that does explain why we can see all these knocks. I mean, Arara. Arara from Rejects there. We saw him doing a lot of that. So that does explain to us how he got there. And looking at the match summary, we have 56 eliminations, 11 headshots, a long distance elimination of 326 meters. That is from F4 Crusher. So we'll be seeing who will be closing that long distance elimination Crusher, but then only one grenade was used, because most of the teams in Group C are more of the pushing teams. They are more on the aggressive side. They do not want to be supporters. All of them want to be the top fraggers of their teams, and they want to be the ones getting the eliminations. That does make sense when you see them coming in, and not even a lot of eliminations use the vehicle elimination. We know where that is from the last fight when the donkeys decided to go in for their win. So they really needed it. I mean, they used every single angle to be able to get that push. Pushing the glory was very hard. They had a compound. Even though the zone was favoring the players from the donkeys, they somehow found it easier for them to go for that push instead of waiting for Glory to get the revive and then coming from that push. Also, a very strategic win there for the donkeys.
Yeah, but that was quite a game. The donkeys are very instinctive. They made the push at the most critical time because Glory, they were making that revive. These guys, they got one knock, they made the push. They got the second knock via the vehicle, and then a DBS. You can never escape a DBS shot. DBS, that gun gives me the creeps. Anytime I enter an apartment and then I start hearing the reload sound for the DBS, that is chopper chopper. I can't even get the strength to go up the stairs. I don't even get the strength. The team, because how am I pushing someone with a DBS? This guy is dangerous.
Yeah, he is in fact dangerous. I mean, hearing the chopper should make you panic. That's totally okay. Anyway, I mean, that was an interesting game. One start of the day from Group C. I cannot wait to see what the rest of the teams will be bringing to the table as we continue, even though for the next game we will be still Group C, but we had the evil ones starting the fight for us. They took down RJC, even though at that moment it looked like RJC was about to be the one winning that.
Yeah, quite some a game that was they were moving in the open. They tried their best to survive, but then sometimes you need to understand your best might not be the best. But that was just but a past game. These were some of the highlights. Insane. They did a very good job. They played such a good game. 4-4 crash at the man with the longest elimination. They were with that fight and they made that happen. TB, our Tribe Warriors 4-4, the Glorious. These guys have quite some survival tactics. That was quite insane. And when it comes to this game, shotguns are very, very good. And you need to have that close range. Look, even people are getting knocked when it comes at the weekend of push them to the level, but they get the most. He was one of the best 1v3s that I saw. Although he didn't complete the 1v3, that was just insane. While Sanhok from the donkeys, they made the game look easy. 4-4 crash. I believe this was the that was it. That was the fastest elimination. 4-4 crash at 364%. Crazy. Oh my goodness. Whichever team does not have these shotguns, I believe they are very disadvantaged. But normal aura did not the aura that he deserved in this game. He was gone before he knew it. That was the final finish, and that is how they ended the game. That is the donkeys. Teenage kicks, donkey kicks. They made that happen. Another team that was able not to make anything happen, that was Espada. They got only one. How? What happened to Espada? Did they come with some different kind of gameplay? Did they come with different set of skills? What is happening to Espada? These guys, they have the first game luck, but right now the luck is not on their side. Espada.
Well, I believe it happens. Sometimes it happens. You're just in a situation, you end up losing a fight. So it does happen. I that they were quite pressured. This final boss, they were ready to go in for that push, and that's how they basically that. But then looking at the winner chicken D starts 4K. We have them Deidara get 4 eliminations at a damage of 800, and Hancho getting 1 elimination at a damage of 275. Leo 5 eliminations at a damage of 485. And then Tony coming in with 3 eliminations and a damage of 414. getting cover for their team, and of course that is how they were able to get the 7 points are tied with rejects. Fourth, we have Zeus, final 9 points. Tribe Warriors coming in 7 points. C is the evil ones, tying together, having 5 points each. Insane, 9th place. One, and then for no more 4v4M and big team. But of course, they top yet. They have game. Rankings, we still have Unique Delhi with 4 in the leaderboard first page, having just matches played and of course it is very interesting. Near getting 42 as well. Zeus final board 1 40 points. I mean, BTK, you can see what's happening now. RJC dominating all through, and this game that passed it. What is in the first page, the only team to play 3 matches so far.
Yeah, I think these guys may be making a turnaround when it comes to the second game, because the RGCs, they have the highest possibility of getting to the top 1 as we speak, because 42 points and the number 1 person has 54. That is only 12 points. Survive, get a chicken dinner and 2 kills. Just that, or get 10 eliminations and 2 placement points. That is all that these guys need to do. But we can't talk about the table itself without talking about the donkeys. The donkeys with quite some improvement. Right now, 3 games and at position 10. How did they do that? Still wondering till now. But the donkeys GG's tempers at the number 9. Matches played, but they still have a chance. I believe Espada being one of the best. All the best things for these teams, but when it boils down to how play upon them to show us that they've got this. They've will be one of the biggest in Africa. Pubg African Cup. Games. When it comes to starter games, Erangel, I think I'm more Erangel right day on. Although I don't know if I'll play as much as these guys are playing. Competitiveness.
Oh, sorry about that.
And so can you, as me just said, outplay the rest and be back in a few. So guys, see you after this short choose to pick an S12K or DBS, or rather an M416? What will you choose? Like, you have one spot for the long range, and then the second spot you need to choose either a DBS S12K or an M416. What will you choose?
Wow. I think you just lost me there, but I can say you've said very interesting. Okay, if I take a long range gun, which will be my secondary weapon, I think I'm going to go with an M4. But you see, the thing is, I have noticed the players are not really using the snipers. Well, they can be using the mini 14s. That is something I've seen, but they're carrying mini 14s with DBSs. So I can say I will carry a long range weapon and then use an M4, but I'm sure the players will be using something totally different from me, and that might be an AR and a DBS AR for the long range. But as you can see, the safe zone, well, the first zone for the game, it is on the northern side of Miramar. Most of the teams are in the safest place that they can be. They have, well, secured a spot in the safe zone. It is very interesting to see that this is happening, knowing that most of the teams tend to land far away from the flight path. But then this time around, most teams have landed on the exact same place there. We can see where they are going to be taking on the fight as of now. So far, El Azhar is the most crowded area in Miramar. We have at least 3 teams there. We have DBP, we have RJC, and we also have Insane in the same place. So I am going to be anticipating to see how this fight really turns out and which team is going to be walking out of here scot-free without losing even a single player. But of course, well, everyone has their own strategy, so some of them might be choosing to go away from this fight. But of course, asking you, PTK, seeing that you've asked about the Mini 14, you can see RJC already have the Mini 14 in their bags, and I think they'll be using that for quite some time.
And I think we are seeing what happened in the first game yet again, because the RGCS was the first person to get a knock in this game. He did that in the previous game, but then they were eliminated with 2 of the enemy players. Right now, Espada, they are doing the RGC. Bro, this guy is going all in right now with 2 knocks already. And the RGCs are making the push. Oh my goodness, it is happening all again. The RGCs, one of the players is down. But look at what the RGCs are doing. They are going for the push. They are going for the knocks. Right now, they have 3 knocks. The knocks, they are getting red because they're not getting any elimination. They only got 1 elimination, 2 eliminations for eSports. Insane right now with 3 players only to their team. RGCs with one of their player who is down, and they need to get their player. We have the RGC with the AKM and a 4-time scope. One of the most insane combination, making the AKM a long-range weapon. Whether you like it, that is the best as it comes, as it seems. Espada still holding their position, trying to bring some decent gameplay. And the OBP, they are going for the push. These are the original Black Panthers. Now will they win this fight with the SMGs? And this is OBP attempting. We are looking at a possible elimination. Original Black Panther are bring the fight, bring the kills, and the RGCs are making a push. OBP, oh my goodness, this is the last player remaining. Very, very low. Getting push from every single direction, and that is just how the RGCs win their first fight for today. GG's.
I mean, wow, that was really impressive how they were able to handle that fight from the beginning till the end. It does tell how organized team is, being able to make the right calls, being able to go in for that push, and being sure that your teammate will be there to cover you is very impressive coming from the RJC. So big up to them. But of course, the game is just getting started. RJC seems to be very much comfortable in engaging in the early zone fights. You talked about them, what their strategy should be if they want to be at the top of the table, better on how they play in this game. And like in terms of points, they already have 4 points to their name. Remember, they only have a few points away to be able to Nick eSports eSports where they are right now, same to more eSports. So we'll be seeing if they do that. But so for now, the evil ones, the team that in game one were able to take out RJC, are now looking to do that to the rejects team, making sure that they might be going back to the lobby as early as now. But we'll be seeing if that's going to be transparent or not, to be transparent or not. But for now, let's enjoy the land of dust. The teams might just be making very late rotations, and you'll be seeing how they go about it. But PTK advises, if you are playing now, will you be still going for the late rotations and end up wasting your utilities, or will you be playing in the middle of the zone and just waiting for people to come to you?
Honestly, I believe you just need to flank. You need to avoid as many backshots as possible, because most of the times that parties are the worst. You make the central position, but the amount of that party that is happening, you cannot even make it. Let's say you are holding the center one, right? At the center of the map. One team pushes, you get the 4 knocks, but then you receive quite some casualties. Maybe 2 of your players are out, and you all are very, very low when it comes to the armor. What are you going to do when a second team pushes? Like, you stand at a very big disadvantage. You can't run away. Already you are at the center. Where are you running away? People are already trying to third party you from every direction. So you try to run away, you are cornered. They have created that choke point. You cannot move anywhere. So that is a trap that teams avoid. Don't get into the play zone is good. Don't get the play zone and hold the central position. Just hold it at a flank. But guys, we have a fight. And this is the OTP. Keep on Lucifer eliminated. And Lucifer seen hell in the blink of an eye. And that is hell itself. And the hell has been brought by the evil one. This is the evil back. The evil ones going for the push. And they are making that happen. A 1v2. The 1v2 they are trying to make the and they got the damage. They got the push. Oh my goodness, evil back. Getting some back, and back to the lobby. Have dominated that game. RGCS eliminated. And the evil ones, evil and out. Evil and mid-evil at times are coming for them. Insane, with a push, pump shotgun, and I believe this might be a knock. This might be happening. Oh my goodness me. Don't show me your back, because I'll make you go back to the lobby. Insane Razor is down. Bro, what is happening? But the Dream Team has been eliminated. But we still have that other fight. RGC's, only one of the players is remaining. No. Only one of the players was remaining. RGC is eliminated. 5 eliminations, but right now, not dancing in the lobby. Just wondering what happened in the day 2, match 2. Oh my goodness me. RGCs, what is happening to them? What is with them and these early leaves in the game? What is happening? Is it a change in tactics, or what did they change that is not working for them today?
I mean, it is very alarming to see how RJC is going back to lobby too early in the game, engaging in the early zone fights, and then losing the fight is really not the way to go. And I hope RJC, IGL, and the teammates will be sitting after this game and talk about their strategies, because now RJC, they were the only team with the least number of matches played in the first page of the results. But now, if they maintain the same game, I mean, we're going to start seeing them going to the next page and probably changing the table as a whole. So I really hope something is going to be changing from that. RJC has a lot of eyes from South Africa looking at them, waiting for them to show them what they've got, because they trust that RJC can really dominate for them. But honestly, maybe it is just the need to get the eliminations up and maybe go with them all the way to the victory and the chicken dinner with the placement points and get at least a margin of 20, 30 plus points. But for now, that will not be possible. If only they played it a little bit safe, you know. If they just waited, play like beach, come somewhere and then come back later, you know.
Yeah, I think that would have had like a different outcome. But look at this, the DKs are one-man shot. The DKs, one of the players is down. I don't know what fight that they are in, but this is insane. And the force 4, they are still in a fight. Oh my goodness me. And these are the bosses, and the bosses are making the sprays count. Oh my goodness, boss. He tried. He messed with them and he made the escape. Arara, I got the knock and it is a 3v4. Boss. These guys have been winning fights, but are they going to be winning this fight? And he goes for the push. He makes the push. It is an S12K battle, SMG battle. This is the Roga Gling. I'm making the push. Oh my goodness, what a molly. They are trying to molly me up. They are trying to execute him. And he is making a push. A one-man army. Oh my goodness, he got the knock. SMG. Oh my goodness me. A 1-1-1. That is one elimination for the man. And the bosses right now, they are getting boss as we see. These happen in final balls, trying to save their team, trying to inspire the team, but the bosses are down to 2 men. 1 knock, that is 3 men, but 1 is down. This is the final balls. They are trying to get that revive, playing against the play zone. Oh my goodness, what is happening? 1 2 down, 1 3 4. It is just insane. They came for the fight, but they are getting eliminated as we speak. That was a good fight. TK is losing 1 player. I think TK has lost 1 player. Bosses are lost 2 players. And the first 4 dancing around with their 2 eliminations from the boss team. Get that in your head. It is bottling up and it is happening all over again. Insane games and insane pushes.
I mean, you told them to get that. And looking at how the games are progressing right now, teams are losing players 1 by 1. Really unfortunate for these teams. And I'll be looking to see maybe if they change their strategies now, seeing that all the teams are looking for that chicken. Everyone wants to enjoy a very tasty chicken for dinner, but they cannot do that if they start losing players. So everyone is playing really carefully. Everyone is, yes, on the aggressive side, but they will be making sure not to lose players along the way. But for some the case, looking at insane, they have only 1 player standing. I hope he has a plan on that. I want thirst, please stay away from the fights. But as the Donkeys, they are finally taking on another fight. They already lost a player and they're still ready to go in for that fight. I really hope they will be continuing with the same when the game was beginning. They got their chicken dinner. They had the numbers by the time the game ended. I hope that's something they're looking to continue with. But then amazing damage there on Rejects Arara. And that is going to be an insane player. They have been just for a solo. And of course, Spyro will be going in for that push. Arara spotting him right there. For that push. He has to be really careful. It seems like Arara's earphones were not really working well at that point, and he could not hear the side that he was getting pushed by Pyro. But then remember, 1 man an amazing spray on the player. He doesn't really get a knock yet, but then he is this close to being able to get a wipe on the players from Rejects. Let's just see how this player will be handling the fight, and maybe we'll be having something to talk about as the game progresses. But then Group C now have proven that they are also on the way to victory. Getting to the top 14 is the goal for most of the teams. Just have to make sure every single fight counts before we can call it a night in day 3's games.
Yo, day 3 insane as guys. Mitch has been talking about what has been happening, and for real, day 3 is insane. Second game, that is Miramar for the group and number C. Galaxy with the 0 eliminations. Insane with 4 eliminations. Why jump nade and he got the nade? That is how we do. Oh my goodness! What an exchange! A nade for a nade. He got the Gling with a nade, but Gling had already sent his nade flying, and he also got the nade in. Oh my jeez! This is happening all over again. Quite some nades from the force as real. You know it never gets as real as this. This is the force for Azrael. I'm making that push, trying to make that relocate, throw that nade, let the ball fly, and let it happen all over again. The TVs are getting stacked, and the TVs thing are with going to the push. Not glorious indeed. Oh my goodness me, DKs have been eliminated, and the winners for the first game right now bottling their lead. How did they even do that? How did They got 0 eliminations and they were eliminated, I think, 11th. 0 points.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're feeling the pressure now. Everyone is just trying to get those points up, but they're not really going it the right way, and that is costing them a lot. I mean, losing a fight is just not the way to go about it. You need to survive for everyone to talk about your team. But as you can see now, the Tribe Warriors have F4 right next to them. You might be seeing some push happening here and there. Nate's getting picked up. Already Azrael is down. Sham there. It seems like Madness is cooking up some mad nades here, and he wants to get them connecting on Sham, but then the nades are not really landing there because Sham has changed his position. I mean, these nades are on point. They are landing where they need to land. The thing is that the players are not there to get knocked by those amazing grenades. We can see Tribe Warriors still cooking up the nades. They have a lot of grenades in their backpack, and they want to continue using them as much as they can. Crusher there right in front of it. The nades are getting cooked up, but then nothing is really connecting. Topsy, the man who, when it came to the first game in Erangel, was able to give his team the best cover ever, and they were able to survive a fight and make their way to the top slots in Erangel. But now they have a team right next to them, and they need to finish this fight before we can see more teams third part in this fight. We can see Glory lacking around. They might be waiting for this fight to end, and then maybe they can third party and get them as they try to make it to the safe zone. But we'll be seeing if that's going to be the case or not. But for F4, 3 players standing, Tribe Warriors, a full team, they can go in for that push. They can easily take out F4, but we are not sure if that's going to be the case. Everyone right now is playing the patience game. I mean, the zone is not going anywhere. We are in the safe zone, so why should we move from where we are just to be able to get eliminated at the end of the day? But then now Armani, he will be trying to go in for that push. Nades still getting picked up. They seem to be out of nades, but then the mollies are still counting. Crusher, they are seeing the molly coming towards him. We'll be waiting to see what, or rather, who will be making that mistake from the Tribe Warriors. They're trying to get the fires, but the nades are out again. We have the fast look is in there. Tribe Warriors coming down, and of course, down there, trying to get the spray, trying to get a knock there. Money getting damaged by that grenade. They need to close in that push before anything happens. Tribe Warriors is able to get the revive, but then Madness is down. That means they're trying to crush the being spotted. The damage is in. Our Madness has to be careful, otherwise his teammate Madness will be taken back. So the Tribe Warriors, it is not going well. Armani trying to get the cover, but then this time around the Tribe Warriors will not be surviving this fight because all their teammates have been eliminated. BTK, it's time. Get ready. The action is here.
That is force, and that is action by the force. Tribe Warriors did not expect such kind of force, but guys, that was supposed to be they got the 7 eliminations, and right now they are therefore with 7 eliminations. Quite some good play from the Sham, and they are going all in. Whether you like it or not, whether it is now or never, these guys are set for the win. They are set for the push. They are set for this game. We are going to be champions, and that is what that they are saying. And guys, if you are in the comment section watching live, don't forget to cheer up for your team, cheer up for your scores, because these are the guys that are fighting so hard for you. They are making this happen so that you and your country may be put on them when it comes to PUBG Mobile. These are the real esports with 2 eliminations. A Reject Daddy has 7, you have the M4 with 7, Glory with 6 eliminations, Espada still survive with a 0 eliminations. Oh my goodness. We have the Reed with 2, Boss with 2, and a Galaxy with a 0. Not forgetting the 4v4s with 0 eliminations. 7 teams survive, 16 players in total. This is the second game for the J3 Miramar, and without a doubt, this is, oh my goodness me, why did he put the brakes and the vehicle is rolling in? What is this picture? Why does the vehicle keep going?
Well, I mean, I think he was in a hurry, you know. It was quite in a hurry, and his vehicle, it seems like the handbrakes were not really working, and the guy just went outside and the vehicle said GG's. And now I think he's going to be relying on his feet to make it to the next zone in case the zone decides to shift. We are in the fifth phase of the zone going into the sixth phase. And that feature is, I believe, the funniest thing because now Ara will be forced to just find a way of surviving because now I have nothing to use. My feet will be the only thing that will be help me survive throughout the last zone fights. But for now, most of the teams are finally closing in. You have just 7 teams remaining. The game is going to become a little bit heavy now for the teams because this is Miramar. Anything could happen. People could be on the high ground. Someone can be in a shack. The least expected shack, he's just waiting for you to go inside, and then he'll be saying, how are you, my friend? And of course, we'll be taking you back to lobby. But for now, let's just wait and see how the teams will be performing. Most of the teams are just making their rotations. As you can see, Force is not in the same zone. They were able to finish that fight against the Tribe Warriors, and now they need to make their rotations. But you do remember that there's a team lurking around, and it is now Riz eSports. They're the ones waiting, and they might be the team that makes it impossible for Force to get anything happening after this zone decides to close in. But of course, these things happen. For now, what will be the best strategy for these teams, PTK? It is the last zones fight. We're in the sixth phase, and everyone is everywhere. So, what should I do? Should I stay around the edges of the zone, or should I go right in the middle of the action and wait for everyone to finish, and then now they can come for me?
Okay, I think, Mitch, the best option right now is hold the highlands. Hold the highlands because you can see players coming from every direction. So once you have the highlands, because I watched in the day 2, the donkeys were holding the highlands and these guys were able to get quite some eliminations. So if you have the vantage point, if you have the highland, you have that advantage. Get the highland, and we are trying to create a very small point for these teams to push because it comes to a time you cannot even reach to these highlands because there are some very steep rocks you can't even climb. So the team that is already there, they can make and they can control how the game goes, but they need to take the highland areas as fast as they can. Otherwise, it will become very difficult even for them to be able to maneuver around that area. It has been a game that is riddled with a lot of action, riddled with a lot of can I say disappointments for some teams, riddled with a lot of W's for some teams because some teams are winning in this game and some teams are losing in this game. Looking at performance in the first game and looking at the performance right now, teams are asking them the question, where are we when it comes to the table? Did we do good or did we fumble? Which I know these teams that are remaining. Like, what do you think is happening in their heads? So the
I know what's happening. That they're telling themselves. I mean, if we do not get that chicken, then we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see where we stand again. And I don't think they want to be in that as of now. But as you can see already, we have just 5 teams remaining. And the zone is about to close in. Teams will now be getting closer to each other. The fights now will start getting a little bit more interesting because now every single team is ready to show off how good they are when it comes to handling intense moments in these games. But for now, Force is still holding the same place. Riz is also right above them, holding the high ground. Force is aware of their location, but they'll be waiting for them to make a mistake. Either can go on the other side, either could be Force making the mistake, or Riz could be the team making the mistake. All this is dependent on how the team decide to go about it. But for now, every single team is feeling the pressure in their minds. They're thinking about how we really need to win this fight. We need as many points as possible because for Group C, it's quite uncertain where they'll be by the end of today because they're playing. This is the 4th game they're playing. Every other group has already played their 4th game. They know where they are after the 4th game. But for Group C, it is basically a blank space. They don't know where they're going to be after today's games end. So I think what is their thought is that they need that chicken dinner and as many eliminations as they can gather before this game comes to an end.
Yeah, that is true. But I think they still have the advantage because they already know where the teams that have played 4 games are. So they know the points that they need to get to the top 14. They know the points that they need to get to the number 1. So it is just upon them. They already know the points. They have the advantage. What can they do when it comes to this advantage that they have? Oh my goodness! Reese Laser getting lasered by the force, and the force are a force to be reckoned with. These guys, they are no joke. Our force as will almost are getting knocked. And as we continue with the action, Reese versus the Force 4. As the Force 4s are going to make this happen. Don't forget, 5 teams remain. And who will be able to make the game theirs? Reese almost eliminated. And Force 4 Crusher also almost eliminated. Oh my goodness, what a knock from the Glories. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Reese must have bring the action. We need to see you in play. Reese must have get covered the Force 4. What a flash. What a rotation. This is the man. Going for the rotation. Going for the fast knocks. Going for the fast blood. Going for those young players. It is a matter of time. They are going all in. Reese. Only one of the players is remaining. Will they be able to survive at the force of the force foul? Reese just got the revive, and they are 2 players in. One of the other players getting revived. So I think these guys still have the numbers. But look at this. Reese going for that pump shotgun, but pump back down. Stay down, boys. We are the Falls, and this is the Falls. And Delta. We are dealing with you all. Oh my goodness me. What a 1v3. This is the one. Bring down your popcorns, guys. Let the popcorns come to play. Because this is the man that made all that happen, Mitch. Oh,
wow. I mean, what just happened? One man, low HP, and he single-handedly takes out a team. I mean, Sham has 6 eliminations. The last 2 kills were something I believe everyone will be talking about for quite some time. But honestly, amazing play there from F4 player Sham. We will be talking about you for quite some time. So good job there. But for now, 3 teams remain in. Espada still in the game. I believe the first game Espada won was in Miramar. That was the first week of the group stages, and we had Espada coming in Miramar, coming quite aggressive, and they got themselves a chicken dinner. So I'm starting to believe that this is Espada's best map so far. But then the Glories, they're ready to rain on them there with the grenades coming from every single angle. Florent, they've been the last person standing, and Espada has been eliminated. 2 teams standing, and of course the Glory will be going in for that push. Zeus 3 teams remaining. Team spotted, and Sham, they're trying to get the sprays to connect. They're trying to get at least another knock, but then unfortunately for him, the player he damaged has been eliminated.
Oh my goodness me, guys! Mauritania right now, they are going to down the falls. And they, oh, GG's. Glory indeed. Mauritania retaining and getting the win. We just have to do that. Glory, Mauritania. Team Glory making Mauritania getting seen and getting recognized for their awesome skills. They had the numbers, they had it all, and they made that happen. Never lose such a fight, everyone. And that was indeed what we was expecting to see, Mitch.
Exactly. I mean, wow. Miramar is that map that I told you. It's my favorite map for a reason. You have seen why it is my favorite map. Teams, players, always thinking outside the box. They always have one step ahead of everyone, even though some of them don't get to win. But you'll see how much they use their IQ in Miramar alone, because that map is very aggressive. It is not an easy map to survive. People every angle. I mean, if one person gets the high ground, we saw that in week 1, DK had the highest ground, and they were making it so hard for everyone to be able to survive, even though a third party in fights. But then now we come here in the second week, and we're watching Miramar, and you see a player like Sham. He comes in, and that is not even HP. That is a drop of something, but not HP, and he takes out 2 players with that same HP. I mean, Miramar, thank you for existing, and Sham, good stuff there from you and your team.
Oh my goodness know how this guy was feeling. Like, How was the blood? How was his heart pumping? Because
Exactly.
he got the first player, he got the second, and he knew this is the last player. I am 0 HP. What am I going to do? But then he does it. He does
Yeah.
it like, what was the kind of excitement, bro? And I'm also excited for, oh my goodness, that man just did. Mauritania, that was the last fight. And this man, although he did not do yet another 1v3, this guy, he got the placement points. And Mauritius are the first four. They have represented by Mauritania. Team Glory. GG's for you guys. They played a good game. I didn't expect, but right now, I think I am more expectant than ever. And guys, looking at the MVPs, that was a very good game. That is the man himself, the man that we have been talking about. F4 Sham with that awesome fight against the Riz. You love to see and rewatch that clip. MVP getting 6 eliminations, total damage that is 1035, insane, and he got 5 knocks. He has 1 assist, and look at the heals, bro. Look at the heals. This guy was a total medhead. Survival time that is 26-34. This man not only survived, he thrived. He made it happen. And looking at your top players, that is the F4 Sham. 6 eliminations, 5 knocks, with a damage of 1035. Survival time, insane. We have the Glow Fagasio. Oh my goodness me. This man still in the shit for the top players. 4 eliminations, 4 knocks, insane damage. We have Razor, Glow M7 MG, and we have the Mark 77. But look at this. Look at this. Team Glory. 3 of their players made it to their top players. How do you even come up with this? You can't make this stuff up. 3 of your players, you got the chicken dinner. Oh my goodness. You guys, you are going for the win, and they definitely set up the pace for the day number 3. Group C. We can see what is happening, and I hope you guys are enjoying all this great and tantalizing action that has been happening. Erangel, Miramar. This is Miramar, and these are your top players as we continue with the game.
Yep. I mean, the glory there. The teams in Group C are proving to be very resourceful in getting their chicken dinners and eliminations to count. The glory there have done a really good job. But for this game, 59 eliminations, headshots at 9, the longest distance elimination at 315 meters, that is from No More Zeld, but he hasn't really been able to top that was a crusher from F4 yet, but we'll be seeing if that changes as the game continues to progress. We don't have any vehicle elimination, 2 grenade eliminations, and 2 airdrops have been looted, but for that long distance I expect it to be a little bit higher, because seeing that this is Miramar and most of the teams are playing at a long range, I expected it to be higher, but Crusher still leading there with the 326 meter mark. I don't think anyone will be closing that down for a while, but we'll be seeing how that plays out. But an amazing game there coming from Group C. Well thought out strategies, amazing reflexes from every single side. I have to say that is really good from Group C. And seeing that their games have come to an end for today, I hope when they play tomorrow, Group C will have the same excitement as we have experienced today. They have really showed us that they have what it takes to dominate in the next coming games and make it as well to the top 14. So of course we'll be seeing how they go about it, but everything right now is just dependent on tomorrow for the Group C. Everything else is just simple and clear coming from all sides of the teams. Also, PTK, you talked about DK. What changed for DK there?
Okay, honestly, maybe they were too excited. They were too excited because they got the win. And when it comes to this, they had, I think they got to the top 14. They were, I think, position number 11. These guys got the win, and they knew they only needed 1 game to make it double GZ, to make it to the top 10. They only needed a couple of points. But
Mm-hmm.
honestly, I don't understand. DKs, what really happened? You guys were winning. What really happened? I know everyone that is watching this is asking themselves the same question. As insane as it was, we have to ask ourselves the questions that are very, very bugging in our heads. That was insane for the teams. Mauritania, Mauritius, you guys impressed, impressed, impressed. And if you are watching, don't forget, guys, give the
Mm-hmm.
streams a like and follow all the socials. This is Pubg Mobile African Champ. And you can see the highlights.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting to see the highlight that made the J. Oh my
Yeah, we have to see it. We have to see Smash as he dominated there. But of course, some players also did a couple of amazing plays here and there. We have Rush, but they, of course, Rejects also had a very interesting fight on their side, seeing that they had about getting that party here and there. And the Evil Ones and here, they were about to survive. But we do understand the grenades that were coming there from Espada was somehow making it hard to back anything. And of course, he was taken back slowly there. Espada would have also survived if they had not engaged in Alibi. They would have had more numbers in the last fights there when we saw them. But unfortunately, they lost some players along the way. And for Insane here, as they took out the players, I believe they were taking on RJC. It was really an interesting fight to see. RJC, though, I'm not sure what was changing along the way for them. But I'm hoping when it comes to tomorrow's games, want to go about it. But as you can see here, F4 player, I mean, they were really doing that. They were working for their victory. And even though they lost all the players along the way, they did come. And of course, that did end up him being taken back slow. Because Sham, he took that fight. Up the courage, they started becoming a bit more confident. They took and that is Sham. When the fight became intense, when here, he did get quite low. He got knocked. He was almost getting down. Leave the defense and start embracing the UFC. Sham has proven
I think that was an insane UMP squad. And getting a damage of more than 500, which was insane. This we have two for the M7 and finally one from for the GOAT. But look at the damage. These guys, they played as a team, and as a team they won. I believe GOAT had been eliminated. That is why it was a 3v1 at the end of the game, and that is why maybe his damage is a bit low. But looking at all the other players, these guys, they did a good job. They survived, they thrived, and that is why they are smiling right now. They know that they topped that game. They know that they had it all. A total of 11 elimination and a chicken dinner. That is more than 20 points in the game number 2. Erangel was good, but you know what? Miramar was better for the glory. And as you look at the match ranking, the glory with the 21 points. Oh my goodness me, what a comeback. These guys, they know that they are chasing the championship. They know that they are chasing the top 14. They know that they might be heading to the LAN, but I think it might be soon. Not maybe, but we are yet to see day 3, day 4, day 5. This is the overall ranking, and as it is unique esports still holding that number 1 position. Advantage of playing the games today. Those are the 2 games. The 3 Cs with the 51 angry are not the team with the most eliminations. The reject have had the most eliminations, that is 37. I don't know what happened to them today, but the 7 points that they got, I think, up their tally to 47. GG's to them. The number 9 teams, we have the one band, we have the boss, are making that comeback with the 37. Tempers back with the 36. F4s with the clutch, and right now 34 points, taking them to position number 12. GG to them. Sham, that was nice, and that is why they are there. Espada also going up with the 31 points. Oh my goodness, DK's fumbling a bit and heading to the position number 14, but oh my goodness. Is everywhere, right, left, and center, central positions, upper positions. Oh my goodness me, Highlands, Rolands, that is how we get to do it. But guys, we are taking a short break, but we shall be coming back in a few. We are coming back for the action, game number 3. I hope, guys, to see you there. Let's take this commercial break. A tiny little bit.
here. I feel actually excited. You just missed a very interesting time there for Group C. But Group A as well is very interesting, and I'm going to be waiting to see if they'll top Group C's performance today.
Yeah, definitely. Looking out for that as well. I did see a lot of interesting games from Group C. It was very, very solid. Although the teams that I was expecting to perform, they fell off a little bit there. It was a little bit tricky for them. They got caught out here and there. But, the consistency that I've seen over the past week, still, a couple of them did remain consistent. Teams like, the Donkeys, they were looking very good. But now we're venturing into a brand new set of teams, different strategies, and the first Sanhok of the day as well. So that is also going to bring up a little bit of something special, a little bit of something spicy, and that's what I'm looking forward to. But it's the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup 2025. Remember, top 14 is the goal, and everybody's trying to get to Nairobi, trying to get a shot at PMGC. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Looks like okay. Mitch, are you good? Are you back? Okay, it looks like you're back, right?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I was talking about, how the PMAC 2025, every single
Hmm.
team that we've seen so far has been battling for a spot in, the top 14 to get to Nairobi, and then, a shot at PMGC
Hmm.
2025. So what do you think, do you think you've seen any standout teams so far? This is week two. On every single team at this stage right now has played the same amount of matches, so no group has played
Hmm.
more matches than the other as it stands right now. So right now, do you
Yeah.
think you've seen any standout teams so far?
Yes, I actually have. I could talk about Team Unique. That's a team I'll be looking to see how they perform throughout the games. They have really showcased amazing performance from day one. And then I can also look at the Donkeys. I have to look at them because when you see how they have improved throughout today's games, I think they're looking to do a little bit better as the games progress. We also have RJC from South Africa. I really hope RJC is going to pull up their game as well. But you're putting me at a fix there. But I have a lot of teams that I'm going to be looking to see how they perform. But to be honest, most of them are doing a really good job. Even from Kenya, I think I'm going to be looking at EXE and MU as well. Nigeria, we have XTC, 3C. Yeah, a lot of teams, Priest.
Well, the proof is in the pudding. Ladies and gentlemen, PMAC 2025. The action is here. Action, and way more action. Sanhok is the crash out map, the number one crash out map, and we love to see it. Every single team now with a strategy of their own, looking for a way through the emblems of what it is to be in the PMGC. But right now, we go execute unique. We've got 4 Miracles, GUFA, Ecstasy, 12 Esports, Zeus Esports as well, MAU Esports, the Emperors, Not. We've got Neon Rising. I think Invisible Team is also here. Slaughter Unit is also in the cut. Rodriguez Esports, Royal Academy from Gabon, and Les Rushers. Big teams, big names. Group A. This would be, I believe, day 3. So match 3. So these teams are, they are a little bit more conversant with each other at this stage, and the action is already kicking off. Rodriguez with the first blow, first draw. Braxis, who is going to be victim, he gets sent away. Unfortunate scenario for them, losing. This strategies goes out the window. Like Dolby Sports reaction as well, but not esports. Pablo will go down this time, and unfortunately, there will be nothing being peddled his way except bullets. But a very, very feisty start, Mitch. Sanhok,
Yeah.
that's what he brings.
Yeah, I believe Sanhok is tend to really engage in the early fast zone fights, and we can see that happening already. And just like you've said, most of them will be focusing this is where most of the team gather as many eliminations as they can as the games progress. So we'll be waiting to see if that's going to be the case or not. But I mean, please to just join here when the battle is already intense. And I had a lot of teams in mind, and people have been there giving XTC the push they need. What do you think is changing now for XTC, seeing that somehow they are not really where the fans want them to be? What could be changing? Is it the lineup? Because I believe this is their usual lineup.
Would be the biggest tournament ever, you know, and that brings it into fruition how your regular run of the but by tomorrow I think we are going to have a little bit of a back into 4Trade 412 esports. Good start for them as well.
Yeah, they will continue where they. And yes, they need everything they can get on their side to keep back to back there. They push amazing DBS knock. That leaves just one man standing for GUF. Everything is changing right now. The Molly does get one Chiro, and of course, going to get the nades towards. It seems like they have changed their strategy and they want to be the ones pushing the teams so that they can at least instill some fear. I don't know if that's something that still works. I mean, you be the ones causing. It seems like they have changed their strategy and they want to be the one.
The strategy, especially for a map like Sanhok, I think they are especially for a map like Sanhok, I think they are picking up a little bit more. More ahead of Rodriguez. Good start, you like I said. Final third, it usually costs them a little bit more body. We're talking about 10-11 Ecstasy getting dropped out by Zeus eSports. How they wanted to play in this type of game, but
just right next to you, but all they have to do is just embrace it. Can go ahead and go in for the push, go attack. Familiar with Sanhok, they understand the map, same to XTC. So I'll be waiting to see how be seen that as the game progresses. But for now, it's a bit harder, and then now they can be able to challenge Team Unique. Building up some momentum. I believe I can see the work, and we might be seeing the table changing sooner or later.
trader two bodies for can make it's going to be a hard shift and a hard nut to crack. Executing right now. To the score, and that will be the end. 10-11 Ecstasy,
Wow.
as they will crash out to
What?
12 eSports Saitama with a final blow. And somehow it looked like they almost had it in the bag, but unfortunately that would not be the case, as there's a lot of teams in a lot of positions in this entire area, and they are utilizing every single position. And now the open spaces here for 12 esports to capitalize with are looking very, very ideal. 11 eliminations and more to come. Zeus Esports, on the other hand, occupying the entirety of Corey, playing in from that south side. They do have the entirety of this zone to play with. If there's a big chance for them to work it out, this could be the opening they're looking for. But now they do have to find a way through inside of the quarry and keep an eye on the rest of the opposition. But they are looking very good for elimination still for players. It stems to have something special for them. 12 esports trying to barricade themselves inside of the building as well. 4 miracles down to Sheik as well, and it will be the last one to keep them and keep their flags up. No eliminations from them just yet, but it's too early to call it. But Zeus Moris looking very comfortable. That push earlier on against, I believe it was Rodriguez Esports, it worked out in their favor and it worked out perfectly, and they closed that one down. But it looks like and trading 5.56s there. Zaba with a beautiful spray over to the other side there, and Neon Rising in serious trouble. They will be having constant tremors as the bombs fly all over them. Their Royal Academy still trying to hold this down. That's a good grenade, a couple of inches too far. Doesn't get the job done. Probably going to try again and execute, trying to close this down. Royal Academy with an open position to work out of. And they do have the play zone from that northern side. Even the hillside position could work in their favor. But Execute do have 6 eliminations, and that gives them a better perspective. You know, the more eliminations you get, the higher your confidence levels. And it looks like Royal Academy, they might fall victim to this. Swash has a sight line to that position. Probably going to close this down as well. Shakir with the same idea. Neon Rising making rotations. As we all know that this is how they play in Sanhok. They love to get themselves in the best positions. And here they come now, circling around and circling forward. 3 players up for Neon Rising. They could pose a threat to Execute.
BREXE has to be really careful. They are going to be sandwiched there. If they're not careful, then they might be losing this fight depending on how they take on the next fight, seeing that Neo Rising is closer. EXE, on the other hand, they also have the numbers and they can use that to their advantage, as Neo Rising is down 1 player. That might be their saving grace for now. But as the game continues, Neon Rising seems to be engaging, and Zaber there has a beautiful knock on Neon Rising, taking Beekeeper all the way back to lobby. 2 players remain standing, so we'll be seeing how that goes. But then SU, Slaughter Unit, they are in the fight as well. Zeus is also really close, and many teams are finally closing in, and the chaos that is about to erupt here will be very hard to follow. But most of the teams might be able to catch up and survive depending on how good your reflexes and how well you can play under pressure. Slaughter Unit player Angry Man really close. His teammates, on the other hand, are not really that close to him, so he has to be careful. 1 knock, 1 amazing spray, and he might be the only person getting knocked and casted from his team. But then EX is having blows back to back. They are taking on fight, they're taking on third parties, but will they be able to make their rotations without losing any more players? Shakid is already down. They need to figure out the revive. Royal Academy closing on the right side. They need to figure out that as well. So for EXE, they did put themselves in a very tight position, and unfortunately EXE Shakid will be going back to lobby now. Zaber and his teammates Swashi and Pain need to be really careful. They have people surrounding them. Rag is there. Neon Rising on the southern side of where they are might be third party in this fight as well, depending on how they choose to go about the last zone fight. But we'll be seeing a lot of third party fights. Teams are finally closing on each other. The zone is getting smaller. Quarry is no longer a safe place to be. Everyone will be exposed here, and it's going to be a matter of back-to-back knocks from one side to the other side. Everyone will be on the losing end if they are not careful.
Absolutely. If they are not careful, this would be the ultimate costs, and they will be paid here. Zeus have been playing this entire region for the better part of 3 weeks. They have been enjoying this entire place, and they have been wreaking havoc there. Logic, dangerous and nasty spray, and another one, Fabian as well. Beautiful shots Osiris, a victim, he gets knocked away as well, and this could be the calling card for Zeus Esports to capitalize on this, but the distance is a little bit too far out. But this will give them the opportunity to advance their position a little bit closer. They've opted to the vehicles, and they're also playing inside as well. And now they're capitalizing where they come. Yes, can he smoke them? No, he does not. Molotov immediately plumbing the pressure. He turns his back to the opposition. He falls, but he dodges. Back over to the other side. He goes down as well. And now the vehicle going up in smoke, but it's not going to be enough. Beautiful grenade from Lyra to the top as well. He's off the view. And now execute, trying to execute the trade-off. But Swash goes down immediately as well. 12 esports now. They want to make it 13, and they have more bodies. And over to the other side. He swaps to the Molotov cocktail. The world on fire, but it doesn't work. Saber tries again. Execute. Can they close it down? Not again. Desk shuts it down as well, and execute will be executed. 12 esports, but not 12, not 13, but 15 eliminations, and they're clawing closer and closer, kicking dinner. Saitama on the wheels of steel here, just trying to get him up, but now the pressure is on. Slaughter unit playing as 3. This could be the opportunity they are looking for. If Vexy and Angry Man could close this down, they may steal this chicken dinner away.
I mean, that was an amazing play. Looking at Neon Rising player, that guy, Iron Man's back is basically exposed there, and we have that guy getting that knock, and we'll be going in for that to be able to get that elimination, another number in their tally. But for now, everything is not looking good for Slaughter Unit. Neon Rising there, they're making their way into the zone. That guy being the only person remaining, the zone is no longer going to be moving. We'll be having to say goodbye to the safe zone. Now it is going to be a matter of who has the best place as the zone starts shifting. Rexy here, last player Slaughter Unit, he's going to be waiting on that guy. He does spot him, but then again, Zeus does spot him from the side there, and Faker does get the last player from Slaughter Unit all the way back to lobby. Neon Rising player, that guy going into the zone now, snaking his way through. He does hear the nades, and he basically went into that grenade. I mean, Zeus Moris there did not even have anything, or rather hustle his way to that victory, because that guy went directly into his grenade, giving him the chicken dinner, right? Basically served hot on the table.
Yeah, I mean, it was more like a mine, you know, where it blew up all over his face. I was not expecting that though. I did not know why he was, you know, swaying to the left and right. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. Seek your enemy out. You know, hold the high ground. Hold the high ground. Why is he swaying, you know, left to right, doing the whole, you know, acting like he's that guy? Well, his name is that guy, so I guess. But I was expecting better. There was no need to be doing all those moves. You know, he was just swinging from side to side, like, you know, like, oh yeah, that's gonna stop the grenade. Come on, man. Like, you already knew that guy, that the last player from Slaughter Unit got eliminated. He was aware there was no need for him to be doing all those moves. He just had to go straight down to where he heard the bullets come from, and that was it. But you know, he was swaying to the side, moving slower than the grenade was just launched. Like, easy peasy.
Listen, but you cannot really blame that sway, you know. Like, he was just, you know, well, he was trying to. I think he was trying to look, you know, like, you know, if you see someone coming like that, you know, he's doing this.
He was aura farming. That is what he was doing. He was aura farming. Like, he was just
to panic.
You know, he was just trying to. Yeah, but the opponent wasn't even seeing him. That's why it was funny, because he hadn't been spotted yet. It was just a guess. He threw the grenade with a guess, and it landed perfectly, and that's just what it is. But still, regardless, Execute still put on a masterclass performance. We saw that, you know, Swash was the main man, the MVP. He put in an amazing performance. 6 eliminations, over 1,000 damage points dealt. Did manage to get 4 knocks, survived 20 minutes on the clock. Didn't necessarily heal too much. You know, he wasn't playing behind the zone. Execute worked a lot in, and I did talk about Execute's performance and how they play in the final third. You saw yourself, you know, they always get overwhelmed. They tried to third party, but they didn't cover all their bases, you know, and, you know, but then it was all part of the strategy. They got the eliminations. It worked out in their favor, and I think that was just more of the strategy that they needed to apply. But it was looking good though. Swash in the front foot, 6 to the 1,000, and Des did have more than him, but not in the damage department. Had 7 on the board as well, 800. Same with Saitama. 12 Esports did put on the work today, and Narcos also in the front seat for Rodriguez Esports in a big move as well. 4 eliminations to the good, 800 plus and 500 plus for Logic. I was expecting to see more though. He was putting in that work for Zeus Esports and did manage some crazy eliminations as well, but you know, it's not the worst performance in the world. A couple of these teams did put in the work. Execute, 12 Esports, Rodriguez, and Zeus. A couple of other teams as well. But again, this is another thing we do like to talk about, the performance of Neon Rising in Sanhok. Again, Neon Rising losing a lot of players, but that did not deter them from finishing in second place, you know, with an elimination as well. Good points for them, adding it to a little bit of what, you know, they did so far. But you know, we did see it, and it's a good performance regardless. Swash from Execute did put in the work there.
Yeah, I mean, Swashi there did bring Execute's name up high, and of course, I hope they're going to be saying thank you to him as well. I mean, the Execute team had a lot to catch up on. But looking at the match summary for this game, 58 eliminations with 11 headshots here. 282 meters longest distance elimination from Zeus Faker. I believe we have seen how good Faker is. His reflexes are quite on point. So I'm hoping in the next games there will be seen more of him, seeing that his team already was able to get that chicken dinner. 3 grenade eliminations and 1 airdrop looted. But amazing play coming from all the teams, I have to be honest. Most of them had to face a lot of pressure, but at the end of the fights, they were able to come out victorious, losing, of course, a couple of players along the way. But it was a good game there for most of the teams. They really did work their way through it, and I enjoyed every single fight here in Sanhok. I believe the teams for today, they are somehow more confident. They want to be on the winning side. They want to get elimination points. I mean, getting to 14 with 48 teams, that will be very hard. So they really have to work towards getting that 14th mark on their team. I mean, a lot of things are on the line here. Eliminations, placements,
Looks like
everything needs to be considered before they can do anything.
I'm not sure, but hopefully we'll be sorted out because I'm not picking up my audio. But it looks like probably gonna have to sort it out on my end. But it is what it is. I'm not sure if you can pick up my audio. Probably gonna get fixed up as we progress. But you know, it's the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup. The action doesn't stop here. We are having fun. It is pre-step on the board. Let's take a look at how this panned out.
All right, and looking at how the teams have performed so far, we have a lot of very interesting fights happening here in their GUF Africa. Were the first team to basically have a fight happening around them, but they were lucky enough not to be eliminated at that point. Not was the first team to make their way to the lobby.
Is my audio back?
I mean, all this happened without not really having that in mind. It does happen sometimes. You get placed in a position and you don't really know how to go about it and end up losing that fight, unfortunately for not. But look at PSP here, they have really highlighted themselves. They have put themselves in a very interesting position. When it came to that was the last 2 games, we had Team Execute not doing that much, but now we are in week 2. It seems like they got their strategy back and they got their confidence that they needed to be able to dominate throughout the game. So I hope we were going to be seeing more of that as the games progress. But of course, we'll be on the lookout to see a player like Swashi being given right on the screen. We saw how he was able to carry Team Execute whenever there was a knock, where we saw Shakit being eliminated. He was still there to at least help the team throughout the fight. So big up to you, and a very good strategy for Team Execute. We had Rodriguez, another team I saw had done a huge improvement. Their gameplay is different now. They are the ones on the aggressive, they're the ones pushing, they're the ones farming the kills, and unfortunately they did not survive that long, but by the time they were taking back the lobby, We had Rodriguez getting 17-22, their name before they were eliminated. So I mean, Rodriguez, they need to focus on playing like that more. Then maybe we will see more of the team that is Rodriguez dominating in this game. Remember, every group has another team dominating from every single side. So I hope Rodriguez in Group A will be coming up as well, because you can see really were the ones going in for the eliminations. They were the ones going in for the kills, and it did work out for them. The elimination is just not easy, and we have to what it is. For now, most of the teams are doing a good job. Zeus Moris surviving throughout the fight. Have been able to take on XTC, taking them back to lobby. I mean, that fight was too quick. I didn't even get to see the training back before we couldn't say anything. We had taken all the way back to lobby. Royal Academy, unfortunately, their 12 eSports was putting in the pressure. They were aware that there's only one man standing, and they took that advantage of the XT players that was not fighting the fight, and they were eliminated easy by 12 eSports. I mean, you cannot eat something without them getting a bit angry. So that is what happened there, and 12 eSports took out XT before they were taken back to lobby as well. And the guy that Chris was saying that he was he was doing some very interesting moves here and there, was just not doing the right, trying to farm aura, but the aura was not there to be found, and the guy went into the need, and just like that, Zeus Moris got the winner chicken dinner.
Big game, regardless. Very, very big game, if you ask me. Yeah. I'm back to the party.
Welcome back.
But you know, Zeus Esports, chicken dinner, well deserved. We saw how they finished up. It was, I believe, they got 9 eliminations with that chicken dinner, so that's a big drop for them. Faker with 3, Fabian with 2 as well, and Logic had 3. He was the big dog for the team, almost 600 in damage points. Thugger added a little bit more there, but you know, ties in with 12 esports, 19 points apiece, and Execute as well, also doing the business with 16 points in total, 13 of those coming from elimination. So that tells you exactly what you need to know. Neon Rising, Slaughter Unit, and Rodriguez Esports putting in 7 apiece. Ecstasy with 5 eliminations as well. No placement for them. They go out a little bit too early. Royal Academy with 4 Miracles, and Unique sharing 2 apiece in 9th and 10th. And Emperors and Nard Esports sharing 1 point apiece in 11th and 12th. GUF, More Esports, Rochers, and the Invisible team, no points on the board for them. It's an unfortunate turnout for them. Sanhok party ain't no party like a Sanhok party, and these teams have learned the hard way. But good performance from Zeus regardless. But take a look at the overall ranking. That boosts Zeus to number 1. Same thing with Unique. You know, still sitting in that top 3 spot. 3 Grand Esports in 3rd, yet to play. I believe they will be playing in the last match of the day for Group B, so we will be keeping our eyes on them as well. Neon Rising catapulting once again up into top 4 now with that performance. A couple of points on the board for them. Angry also in 48 with in 5th place. More Esports unfortunately slipping down there. No points added. 5 matches played. Next as well, all the way down. 4 matches played. Not the best performance today in 47, but it's not the worst thing in the world. There's still more opportunities. Execute, on the other hand, have found themselves in the top 8. 42 points to the good. Very, very solid performance. But 12 esports, that performance puts them into the top 9. Now that is a solid way to go as well. Glory in 10th, One Band in 11th, Final Boss, Temper, F4, and 10-11 all the way down in 15th. They are now out of the top 14. This is not the best place to be right now, but they are currently sitting with 33 points. More to be added to the good, though. They are themselves and 12 esports the only 2 teams in this group, or rather this ranking, that have played 5 matches apiece. Espada as well, we saw their game in Group C earlier on. They didn't necessarily add too many points to the good, but they are still sitting good in the top 16. There would be more to look out for.
Exactly. I mean, this basically the leaderboard is changing now. Everyone is just either on the winning or the losing side. One single game and everything changes. You can be in the top 14 or make your way down beneath 14. But anyway, guys, that has been game 3 for the first game for Group A. Of course, we'll be taking a short break. We'll be right back with Chris. Do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you after the break.
Here we go now.
Yeah. Yeah. Or Dunwire, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025 brought to you by PUBG Mobile and Infinix. Speaking of Infinix, the GT30 Pro, that is the official device for the PMAC 2025. And they came from nowhere with the GT30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. Buy now and win a trip to 2025 PMGC. Be their number one fan and outplay the rest. PUBG Mobile Africa Cup, the PMAC 2025. I mean, 3 games down, 2 more to go. We're about to hop into, I believe, Erangel, match number 4, action again. And now a different type of strategy. Some teams are going to show their level, they're going to show their intelligence and their IQ. This is the map that brings it all out. Mitch, what are you expecting? More of the same. You know, a couple of teams did show us something interesting, like Rodriguez and 12 eSports in the last game. Do you expect them to do the exact same thing when the map isn't Sanhok?
Probably, yeah. I'm actually hoping they do the exact same thing because that is how the table has turned, and I'm excited for these teams. Honestly, they did get to turn everything around, and most of the teams now that are sitting comfortably in the top positions are now feeling the need, the pressure to now play better and not relax because anyone can be moved from the positions they are. So for this game, I'm actually hoping they play almost similar than Hawk, just a little bit better for the teams that are not able to get maybe a chicken dinner or to the top 5-3 positions.
Yeah, big. And I'm expecting a big game here. I'm expecting a big game. This is going to be the last Erangel for today. So somebody's going to go out here with a big bang. And speaking of big bangs, Southwest in Primorsk, the Invisible Team and More Esports might be locking horns. And that is not something I was expecting to see. Wow. Interesting turnout. This one could be very interesting if it goes out this way, but it's a good game regardless. 12 esports and 10-11 ecstasy. I'm not sure what's going on there. Looks like these two teams might be slamming into each other. A lot of teams in that Yasnaya area. It's probably going to cost someone something there, but we'll see for ourselves how that pans out. Play zone in the north, a little bit towards the north. Saverny is up for grabs. Nobody is there. We have a very, very hard spot there. 4 Miracles and Ecstasy will be sharing the spoils of that position. And we are going to see who's going to come out on top there. But for the meantime, Execute, Zeus Esports, Rodriguez, those teams that did have a very, very fantastic match number 3. we are looking out for them to see if they will do more of the same. Invisible Team, on the other hand, I'm quite surprised, that they are sitting inside of this position. I was not expecting them to be here esports, but it looks like this might be our first engagement of the map.
Yeah, they decided that they wanted to be around Primorsk. Not It's a very rare occasion to see two teams landing here in Primorsk. Most of the time, most of the teams tend to avoid landing where the flight path began. But for more esports and Invisible, they seem to be comfortable being here. I'm not sure why no one went here. I believe that is the easiest place to be in, but somehow they find it better to be here. So I'll wait and see how Invisible and more esports take on this fight, who will be taking on the victory in that battle. And Pochinki as well is crowded. We have Not Esports and Team Unique landing in Pochinki. That is also something that is going to be a very interesting thing to watch, seeing that Unique already has lost their slot there, being the team that was leading when the games began today. They have already lost that position. So I hope as they're taking on this fight, they have a plan. They're not going to be staying here, and once they get one of their teammates eliminated, they choose to stay. Honestly, if your teammate gets eliminated, that should be your signal, just leave. If you don't think you can win that fight, it is always good and wise to pick your battles wisely, and then maybe you can survive and get your chicken dinner later, and also the eliminations you're looking for. But that is something I've not seen happening here. Most of the teams are driven to take on fights. They want to be the ones winning the fight. They do not want to be the ones going away from the fight. Seen again, Rozok, two teams landing together, Emperors and the Neon Rising. That guy is still around. I hope we'll be seeing more of him, if he's going to be doing the same thing, or he probably has listened to Priest and will be changing his movements in the game. I think what Priest tried to say is we don't have to move around to be able to get that elimination, unless I got you wrong, Priest.
Yeah, I mean, I felt he was just doing a lot, man. He was just doing a lot. He had a little bit of a high ground hillside position. All he had to do was wait it out, and just advance his position and stay on the high ground just a little bit longer and get some more intel, because he knew where the shots were coming from, so he knew where not to be. So I didn't know why he had to, sway from left to right like it was a 1v1 in, CQC. You only move like that when you're in a 1v1 and there's cover, a lot of cover or something like that, trying to bait your opponent to exposing something. But he was just trying to look cool for the cameras, and unfortunately he walked into a grenade. So that's just what it is. But regardless, I am expecting a very, very solid performance from Neon Rising inside of this game. The play zone especially plays a heavy role into the rotations. You can see them, they are sitting quite nicely in Rozok, occupying it, swallowing it up, and Emperors are going to have a very, very tough time here because they are a man short, and most likely going to cost them here. Captain and Beast working hand in hand here to gather as much intel as possible across the pond over the Express, just to feed themselves a little bit more on that intel to see if that would work for them. But very unlikely, because same thing goes with more esports as well. Landing here with Invisible Team and not having anything show for it, sharing out the loot. Again, I'm not sure whose strategy this is, but it could be one of those things. Same thing with Four Miracles, sitting outside of just south of Yasnaya. Again, more intel getting lost at sea here. They did leave Yasnaya to Ecstasy. So that in itself is a little bit of a costly thing. Not enough utilities to go around for them. Moving out a little bit too early. Play zone is out in the open though, so we'll see if more esports could capitalize on this. But it looks like somebody did get knocked away. Exotic. It looks like from the Invisible Team, it was from one of them there. Does Kelvin want to go for the flush? I think he does, but it might cost him something if he goes by himself and doesn't, get any type of protection from his teammates.
Yep, he has to be really careful doing that rotation, going in for that push, trying to get a fast on and knocked opponent. You have to really think through that decision, because anyone can be watching, literally anyone, because you just knocked someone's teammate. And I believe that is going to be something they're going to be looking at to see you don't get the fast. And if you try to get the fast and they spot you a knock, or basically anything will happen to you, and your teammates might also start blaming you. So I hope the team there for more esports is thinking it through. But Exotic seems like that revive will not be happening because his teammates aren't really sure if they can go in for that revive without getting blasted. And then Team Execute finally taking on the players from 10-11 XTC. Crusaders are immediately being taken back to lobby by Pain. Zabra now will be getting closer to XTC. We know in Erangel, XTC's favorite landing spot is in Yasnaya Poliana. So now EXE is going to put on some pressure for EX up for 10-11 XTC if they get to spot them. But for XTC, they are not going to be taking on that fight as of now. Rozak, we have at least we have another team joining the fight here. We have that is RAG, the Royal Academy from Ghana. There will be also third party in this fight. They are scouting around, seeing if there is anyone in Rozok they can take on before they can make their way into the safe zone. That is a very risky move, seeing that they are really basically in the middle of almost all the teams. The rotations are finally happening. We are in the fast phase, so most of the teams right now are looking for the safest place to hold before they can take on that fight. I mean, I think now, Chris, the teams have decided not to be on the aggressive side. Last game, everyone wanted a kill in the first round, but now what is happening is no one wants that. Even EXE, even though they seem to be on the aggressive side, they're somehow waiting for the teams to come to them. They don't want to be the ones going in for that early fight.
I think it has to do with the map, you know, and the amount of utilities that are available. I think it is one of those things that you can take a look at the zone there. Most of the teams are south and they are all packed in. Nobody is in Savannah. The entire north is open to interpretation for most of these teams, and I think that is also part of the, you know, the context of what is starting to show here, and we're seeing it now. Royal Academy and Execute working hand in hand to deal some damage against guys from Neon Rising, but it looks like it will not be the case. Lyrad will be getting knocked away there, and Beekeeper will be getting picked back up. It's a big move here, but Snoka doesn't want to commit. This is going to be a bad idea for Royal Academy. This is going to be a very hard rotation to make out of. The grenades and the utilities, they will not work at this distance far out over to the side there, but that's a good grenade. But again, not enough intel. It's not enough intel. Final Boss will trade his back. Again, Smoker is in a bad spot. It's a bad idea, and I think he already knows that, and he's trying to circle it quite nicely. Again, doesn't look like that will be the case. Beekeeper falls back behind a little bit closer there. Yang also applies more pressure, and Beekeeper gets out of dodge just in time. Final Boss, unfortunately, has been left by his lonesome here, but Neon Rising have the numbers advantage, and that guy and Cola will have to play a little bit behind here to make something work out. But there's more to cover as well over to the other side. And Royal Academy, I believe they've learned that, yeah, this will not be the case. 12 esports are continuously applying more pressure. Slaughter units as well will trade one off. And this is exactly what we expect to see in Erangel once the rotation starts to come in, especially during the hard hit. And Slaughter units will be the victims of circumstance here. They did lose 2 in that exchange, but that will not stop them. The rotation must go on, the show must continue, and the party doesn't stop.
Yep, the party is not stopping anytime soon, but I'm actually surprised no one wants to fight at all. Everyone wants to be as far as possible from this fight, but then Rodriguez, they are finally closing. They have Slaughter unit right in front of them. We can see a car chase, and Mahiri is going to be falling, is going to be a victim of a car chase right now. Mahiri is just but the only one of the 2 players surviving from Slaughter unit. Him and Angry Man are the only hope left for Slaughter unit. But then again, the Rodriguez eSports is not letting this guy get away from them at all. They want to chase him till the end of the game and then get that elimination. But they have to be really keen about the zone here. It could go either way. They could get really damaged by the zone as they try to get on the last 2 players from Slaughter unit. So everything right now is really hanging by a loose thread for all the teams that are playing in the blue zone. It is getting smaller. The zone is going to become a little bit more damaging, and Unique Esports is making a very interesting rotation as well. I'm yet to understand why most of the teams are staying outside the zone. Yes, maybe the late rotations is what they want, but staying outside the zone is not the way to go about it. Stay by the edges of the zone, wait for the zone to start closing, move with it. Don't stay in the zone and start moving with the blue zone. Move right in front of him, follow it, and make it to the safe zone. Everything is just everything is just dependent on the zone shifting. Right now, they are playing the exposed two teams, and Zabur there is quite low. I believe the players will be able to get that knock on EXE player Zabur as he tries to make it to the safe zone. Look at that Mahiri. I mean, Rodriguez is not giving up. They want to take down Mahiri as he's alone. They will be going for that, but then Mahiri, amazing for Rodriguez eSports closes in there. They are waiting for him to make a mistake as well. But finally, Rodriguez player does try to call in for some backup. We have seen vehicles passing by there, but they are not getting closer. Mahir with a grenade, trying to look for a chance there to get at least a knock, but nothing is happening yet. His teammate on the other hand here, Slaughter unit player, and that 4M player did get a knock on him. He went in for that fast, exposing himself to the players from 4 Miracles. They will be going in for that push. He is quite low. Nade's getting hooked up. Might just be a Kobe or Angry Man. And the nade doesn't really connect. They want to go in for that push. They want to take out the last player that is close to them from SU, that is Angry Man. But will that be possible? There is power in numbers. But for Slaughter unit, Angry Man, he's just but a solo. They're not even aware of where he is holding. And now it is time for Angry Man to do some bit of payback. The nades are getting cooked up there. Angry Man cancels his nade. That grenade would have been his chance to get at least a knock on one of the players from 4 Miracles before anything happens. But then he is holding another nade. Is it going to be a Kobe though on the players from 4 Miracles? Someone does go in. The damage does that pre-fired. Amazing sprays there from 4M. And just like that, Trace God getting one player from Slaughter unit. That does leave just one man standing, and that is Mahiri. I mean, the numbers for SC are not really going well right now. They're not really having an easy time anymore.
Yeah, the game's gone. The game's gone for them for sure. That was a very, very hard breach. Unfortunate trade-off for not eSports. The next victims for 1011 Ecstasy, they have been farming. You would think they were old McDonald's, where they are farming these things from that hillside. Capitalizing on the other side. 28 straight to the score there. Bajwal to the other side gets the first drop, and that's a big spray again, and that keeps the pressure off Not Esports for the time being. But Rodriguez have the utilities and the wherewithal to close this down. But 1011 Ecstasies, they smell blood in the water, and they want a little bit more. They want more action, and they want to close this down. They want to deal with the bodies in the ocean and toss them all the way across. You can see Bego on the other side there, and Will trade us as well. Praxis gets knocked away with the Bison, and now that would be an opening for Ecstasy to capitalize on. Narcos trying to close this down. Braxis is knocked away. Doesn't look like he can make it through. Molotov over to the other side from Craven Sir, and he's trying to close this down. Beautiful Molotov on a trade-off Molotov as well to stop the reset, but he does manage to get it done just in time. But it's going to be a hard defensive position coming through from the guys from Rodriguez eSports. That's a fantastic grenade again over to the top side. We'll close that down, but 1011 Ecstasy will not stop the pressure continuously mounting on. But there's two separate teams here, so they have to be careful, and they do not have the play zone. All of these teams settled on and nestled quite literally couple of inches by the edge of the circle. It's going to be a hard movement, but 1011 Ecstasy, they will prioritize the play zone, and so will the rest of all these other teams. Trader will try again to circle back. Surely that will be the end of the road. The other side again, gets the drop immediately, and that will be the end of, even if it does get knocked away, but Not Esports will take one for the road. 2 eliminations for them, and that is enough. That is a big win for them to get out of there with at least 2 eliminations.
Yep, getting some eliminations to your name is very important. Any elimination at this point matters. 1 elimination, 2, 20, all those numbers are very much impossible, very important, because it is going to take for some of the teams to get their points up if they do not have enough eliminations. But for now, a team there is eliminated. Rodriguez again, unfortunately, does face that fate of going back to lobby, even though they stand a chance of doing a really good job at the end of the day. But for now, the game is just not their friend as of today's matches. 4 Miracles holding a compound around is Naya. We can see Neon Rising player, that guy, coming as well. And nade is getting cooked up though. Is he going to be a Kobe and Goblin? That nade really needs to be perfection. But then unfortunately for that guy, there is no one there other than just rocks. But we'll be seeing if that's going to be something he will realize as the game proceeds. There we can see final boss passing by as well. Goblin exposing his location as soon as he moved there. Neon Rise was able to locate that there is a player in that compound, and now the forces are here. They are gathering up. They want to go in for that push. Kohler getting closer. One grenade, one perfectly launched grenade will be taking Goblin all the way back to lobby, but then immediately thinks on his feet. But then that grenade almost lands where we have Goblin. More nades coming in there. Goblin is in trouble because the nades from Kohler are doing a really good job. They are dealing the damage they need to deal, but the player Goblin is still surviving. The grenades here from Neon Rising, almost perfection. Everyone is getting damage on the guy, and just like that, 10-11 XTC player Traitor, he does that party, that fight, and immediately takes on the last player from 4 Miracles. I mean, right now, anywhere you go, please do not stay aside. Everyone wants a piece of that elimination in their total overall point.
Quickly. Bodies are dropping though. There's rather 30 players on the map left. Looks like GUF are trying their best to close this one. That's a big one over to the other side there. Shido almost getting the job done, but it's not enough. We're going to think twice about that one, the way he's tossing those grenades, but it could be working out. And the way they are trying to hold it down, big possibility regardless, but 10-11 SC still with a couple of eliminations there. Ooh, Bego is trying to send some shots from the hillside right through the openings of this shack. Now, I don't think those players are in the zone, so I think it's going to be a very, very hard day for them to make it out of that position. But more esports are with their own objectives, making their way out of warehouses to get a better spot. Remember, it's all about finding a spot in the zone you can be offensive and defensive at the same time. That is what wins you these types of games. Zeus eSports, they do have the objectives, they do have the mindset, and they do have the plan. All the points you can get here will catapult you to a very, very high spot on that leaderboard. Crypto has led the initiative for the most part for the guys from Not Esports, and it looks like that will be the wash now sets his sights onto the guys from the Rising. Final ball out as well. And that's the big one is the follow through. The stable shots from Exist from Team Unique, closing down one after the other. Kohler as well will trade one with the S-K, and now Neon Rising will try to capital up a hand there, but Not Esports, they will come to the end of the road at the hands of Saitama from 12 Esports. 12 Esports, we see that will be the end of the road for them as well. And turns out it is going to be vengeance for Ecstasy, as Traitor will put the final blow for 10-11 Ecstasy against 12 Esports, as they did to them in Sanhok. It was Saitama as well. Now take a look at 10-11's position. They are occupying the zone. They are in a 2-1 split, and they are utilizing it to their maximum effect. And they are creeping slowly and surely into the other side of that zone. But take a look at Neon Rising with the exact same game plan, just on a different angle here. It's going to be a hard rotation. You can see Kohler already circling back to get more intel onto the guys from GUF. Beekeeper with a sight line over to that northern side, keeps them at bay, forces them into a little bit of a box. It's going to be a hard one to break out of. Neon Rising do have a plan here, and they're starting to come together, but so do these people. You can see them with the utilities. They're popping them right and exactly the plan here, coming through. Potion, big spray, doesn't play peak, but has them locked in, and that will be the end of the road. Thugger will be the one to crush the Potion, and that will be the end for GUF. Zeus Esports up to 5 eliminations.
I mean, amazing plays here coming from Zeus. They did get the chicken dinner there, and that they might be looking for another one. We'll be seeing if that's going to be the case, but then they really have good formation. They really have good cover on each other. Anytime you see anyone going in for that push from Zeus Moris, you can see the teammates are really trying to get the cover on their fellow teammate as he tries to go in for the push there. Amazing structure for Zeus Moris. But again, the game is just a little bit almost coming to an end here. The teams are finally feeling the pressure. Everybody is right at the right time. Otherwise, everything will be basically leaning on how the teams take on the last zone fights as of now. Neon Rising being surrounded. We have Zeus Moris really trying to get the damage on Neon Rising, but will it be possible? Seeing the zone is about to put some pressure on Moris here. They need to make their way into the safe zone before they can start losing players on the safe zone, on the blue zone right now. But for Logic, a nade is getting cooked up. Is it going to be a Kobe though? Is it going to be connecting? Are we going to be seeing Neon Rising finding their way back to lobby just by the grenades launched by Zeus Moris player? That is Logic. The nades are not really getting that close, but then he really needs to have precise nades to be able to take out Neon Rising. As of now, Logic trying to cook up more nades. They are holding the edge of the zone right now. They have to wait Neon Rising so that they can get at least more eliminations to their name. 6 is not enough. They need those numbers to go up so that they can continue holding the first position in the overall ranking. Nades from every single angle. Neon Rising Cola trying to get the nades on Logic. I mean, that nade is beautiful. It does get some damage on Zeus Moris, and finally Isan going for that the push there. But Thaga, amazing damage on Cola as he tries to go in for that push on Zeus and Zeus. But for now, Thaga and his teammates, they will be waiting for Neon Rising to make a mistake. They need to make their rotations. Beekeeper being fasted, 2 players standing, Cola and final boss. So teams get the take of the final here. They're going for that push, and Cola line there has been spotted and taken all the way back. So I believe just 1 man from Neon Rising, and that is final boss. XTC still surviving. I believe this is also an improving strategy for XTC. You say that they need to take their time. They need to understand the game. They need to understand if their patterns work. And it seems like for XTC right now, it is finally working out.
Yeah, it looks like they are having a strategy to stay on the high side, the hillside position, and get more intel on the rest of the lobby. And it looks like it might be working, but Zeus eSports is in a beautiful position. Amar, though, has been spotted. He is exposed on the eastern side to Unique, so he has to be careful as well. Unique have a brilliant position being protected by that compound. They made the right choice. They made the early choice, and they capitalized. And now they do have that defensive position to hold out with. And now Zeus will have to circle back, trying to hold on and force out the guys from Neon Rising into the open. But more esports also in a very good position. It is all about the next zone. Who is it going to favor? You know, you can see the percentages scattered around the entire place. 6% for Neon Rising to win this chicken dinner. It is difficult. So Renee's flying all over the place here. The final boss at bay, but he does have the play zone though. And Zeus eSports, they could be in some serious trouble here if that play zone shifts away from their position. They might turn into sitting ducks. Others onto the high rise position, trying to close this down. They know it's a 4 versus 1, but they do not want to commit all of their bodies forward just yet. And take a look at that. The play zone has shifted, and it has favored Unique. And what a unique place to be in right now for them. All they have to do is sit back and relax and allow the rest of the other teams to force their way through and hold their lines. Now it's all a matter of 10-11 XTC's next plan. Do they want to crash the party? Do they want to go and take the building away from Unique? Because if they do, there is a chance that a third party might ensue and turn the game on its head. Amar with a sightline over to Zeus eSports, over to the northern side, finally spotted. He does see final boss, and he will shut it down. We're down to 4 teams now. More eSports over to the other side. Logic finally with a sightline onto Beto, gets him knocked away. He will not get the flush. It's too far out, and they will be able to hold the lines for at least a little more time before the next zone starts to shift. And it's a little bit too early, but suppose, and that is the danger. Unique now will capitalize on that position. Faker goes down, and it's going to be a hard rotation. It's going to be a hard pickup if they are not playing too onto the side. But Vego will be getting flushed, and now the play zone will play its part and force all of these teams to defend. With a spray, Demonic goes down immediately as well, and now Zeus capitalizing. 10 eliminations. Really be time for them to close this down and take away that position. Take a look at the grenades from Unique exist as well. One for the other, bombs away, and they are turning it around one by one. Aatrox could be the last one to hold this down, and they continuously mount the pressure, and 10-11 XTC immediately punished by the guys from Unique. This compound is the Lord's work, and it is easily executed. Unique will defend perfectly, and now it is all left to Zeus Moris.
I mean, that was an interesting fight. Oh, it's been so long since I watched a fight, and I'm in disbelief of what is happening. I mean, more 10-11, they tried to survive that's not going according to their plan and eliminated. And now Zeus Moris were able to get a chicken dinner on Sanhok, and they might be looking to get another chicken dinner, but the zone will be the determinant here in terms of numbers. More esports, they have the numbers, they are able to hold the ground here before the zone decides to shift, and now it is going to be up to Zeus Moris to go closer to the players from Unique. But then Kai is finally leading the push here. He's getting closer to Zeus. He wants to be able to see what's happening there. But then Zeus Moris player logic, the amazing spray on Kai, and the plays down. Zeus Moris now is feeling the confidence they needed to understand that they can easily get a second chicken dinner in the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup group stages. They will be the only team able to get a chicken dinner back to back in this stage without even losing a single fight. But for now, Zeus players are waiting on Unique. For Team Unique, they are at a disadvantage. Kaish there did make the push by himself. Fabian did get closer to him, but what is happening is that they are losing numbers as the game continues to progress. They're exposing themselves to Zeus Moris, Staga, and his teammates. They're not going to be letting Kaish to get revived because now all they need is that chicken dinner. Now Frags, they will be going in for that rotation. Amazing damage on Frags. He tries to get closer, but then it seems like he's waiting for that hit. Zeus Moris, the zone is not on their side, and unfortunately, we have Team Unique being able to get the chicken dinner, and for Zeus Moris, they will not be able to get another chicken dinner in tonight's games.
Absolutely beautiful performance from Team Unique and Zeus Esports as well. But like I said, that it was all down to the play zone. It was all down to the play zone. Play zone decided who the winner of this game was going to be. At the moment I saw the shift go to Unique, and they had a compound. If it wasn't a compound, the game would have been so different. But the fact that it was a compound, they chose the compound and they made it theirs. I think that alone, I think that alone was what won the game for them. That decision to take that compound and hold it, and nobody decided to crash the party on them. I was expecting 10-11 Ecstasy to, I was expecting 10-11 Ecstasy to crash the party. I was expecting 10-11 Ecstasy to take that position from them. That is what I was expecting, to just send it. Oh, it is what it is. It was going to be very hard because it was going to be a 3 versus 4, but the game is the game. I was expecting to just send it. The risk, whatever the risk is, we'll take it. We might even maybe steal one elimination from that 3 versus 4, add to the points. You never know, but it's high risk, high reward. But it was still a very, very good game from 10-11. I love the rotation. It was just a matter of the play zone. Didn't work in their favor, but unfortunately, it is what it is.
Yeah, unfortunately for 10-11 there, I mean, they had every single way of getting the chicken if they had just done something about the Unique team that was holding a compound, but it wasn't their game, and it's totally understandable. The easel is the next time. Looking at the MVP, we have Zeus Moris player Logic getting 5 eliminations, dealing a damage of 1074, 5 knocks, survival time at 26 minutes and 32 seconds, 1 assist, and a healing of 118 done throughout the game. I mean, Zeus Moris players are really getting to play together. It's actually very interesting to see how they have each other's back, and it is finally showing in terms of their overall results. We have second place top player, that is Unique Zist, getting 2 eliminations, a damage of 732. Zeus Fabian, third place with 2 eliminations, a damage of 609. Fourth, we have Zeus Thaga, 3 eliminations, a damage of 549. And then fifth, there we have at least one player from Ecstasy, and that is Amar, getting 3 eliminations and a damage of 532. I mean, as you can see there in the top players list, we have 3 players from Zeus Moris, and they have really dominated around Erangel. Just that the chicken dinner was not theirs for this game. The zone, just like Priest has said, they did not have the compound there. And for the players for Unique, they had the compound, and that is an advantage they carried for that last zone fight. Looking at the match summary, we have 51 eliminations, 10 headshots, a long distance elimination of 372 meters. Finally, someone tops the list, and that is Zeus Thaga. 3 grenade eliminations and 1 airdrop looted. I mean, we have witnessed these fights on our screens here tonight, and all I can say is the teams are not ready to lose that slot to PMGC. And if your team is not ready, then probably you will be with us as we watch another team playing in the PMGC games. I believe most of the teams right now are really focused on that chicken dinner, on every single elimination. They need everything to count because it's only one more stage, actually two, because they have to finish group stage, come to finals, and then now go to PMGC. So there is a lot that is going to be on the line. I really hope they're going to be changing their strategies. But I mean, it's too early to predict. They have at least one more week and a few more games to go, and then now we can start talking something different for the teams.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. Everybody's strategy right now is get to Nairobi first and foremost, and that is just what's important. Every single team has had a plan to get to this stage. But the highlights are up next, and let's take a look at how these little bit of clutches went down. We saw some interesting action. We're going to tell you guys. Came together for Team Unique.
Exactly. Team Unique there had everything in place from the numbers to the compound and the zone as well. But as you look at the chicken, winner chicken dinner team starts, we have Unique Frags there getting 2 eliminations and dealing a damage of 407. Unique Kaish, 2 eliminations as well, 334 damage. Zist getting 2 eliminations, 732 damage. And then now we have Unique Zaya getting 5 eliminations and a damage of 384. I mean, the team here, we can clearly see how well they tried to get a lot of things happening. But for Zist, he just had a lot more damage with the covers for his team. And the match ranking here, we have Unique getting 21 points in first place with 11 eliminations to their name. Then coming second, you have Zeus there with the 17. Third, you have XTC 10. Fourth, we have Neon Rising 8, 5 more esports at 7, 12 coming in 66 points. Not esports at 7th place with 4, GUF with the 3 eliminations at 8th place, SU 9th place tied with the Rodriguez, 2 points each. RAG, 4M and EXE getting 1 point each from that game. Really unfortunate for the other teams that were not able to get their points at all. But looking at the overall ranking, it seems like Team Unique finally gets their place back and they get first place with 77 points in total. Zeus right behind them, 76 points. 1 point margin is very small. Anything could happen in just one game. So we'll be seeing how that plays out. Neon Rising in 3rd place with 57. More esports, 4th place with 54. 5th place, you have 3 seed 51. 6th place, Angry Time with 12 esports, 48 points each. And then 8th place, RJC still somehow managing to be in the first page of the results, having 47 total points in their name. I mean, amazing plays. They are coming from the teams Unique there with a comeback, getting 77 points to their name. That is really impressive. So we'll be seeing how they perform, of course, tomorrow, seeing that Group A matches are done for the day. But for Unique, Zeus, and Neon Rising, the tomorrow's games will be a very huge turning point in terms of their overall results as of the games they play tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, you would love to take note of, Three Crown Esports, Angry, and RJC. These teams have played only 4 matches, and they have still maintained that top draw. But 10-11 Ecstasy, that performance catapults them back into the top 14. 6 matches plays execute as well with the same points across the board. But that tells you that, okay, there's a little bit more where that came from. Glory as well, 3 points to the good. 3 matches played. 40 points to the good. Same thing with One Band and the rest of these other teams, Final Boss, Temper, F4, and Espada. Now, these teams will need to add some more points to the board to catch 10-11 Ecstasy and bring them all the way back down. But that tells you all you have to know. All of these teams, they've picked up on their strategies, they've advanced, they've done better, and now we've seen the top 16, but it is not over. 4 games down, 1 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. The PUBG Mobile Africa Cup will be right back after the break to bring you a brand new group, a brand new map, and some brand new action. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the Pubg Mobile App 2025. It is Priest on the mic, and welcome back again, PTK. PTK, how you feeling? Brand new group, brand new. What's your energy like?
Right now, my energy is so high because I've been seeing what these guys, my riches, are doing. Bro, have you seen the unique esports? Have you seen Mao esports? Have you seen Zeus esports? These guys are going for the action. These guys are going for it all. They know that they are at the top. And you know what? Something that is surprising me is that unique esports, they know that the pressure is there, but they still go for the push. They still get, these guys are going all in. These guys know what is there. But guys, we are in the group B. This is the schedule for the day. This has been it. The first game, that is the Donkeys took the win in the Group C. The second game, that is the Glory Esports. The third game, Zeus Esports. The fourth game, Unique Esports. And right now, we are in the final game of the day 3, and that is Miramar. It has been awesome, and we are expecting to see a lot of actions and a lot of turnarounds because we've seen the first game. The team that won the first game did not win the second game. They fumbled so bad. The team that won the third game is not the same team that won the fourth game. So I believe we have the competition and we have the trendsetters at the moment. Team Unique. But right now, guys, group number B. These guys in their fifth game. What will they do today? What is their mentality right now? Please, what do you think is going into the heads of these players? They know that Team Unique is at the top. They need to pull up their socks. They need to pull all their resources and bring all their manpower, because if they don't, they are cooked. What should they do? What should they do?
You're absolutely right. I know that going into this game, they've probably seen the leaderboard right now. They know where they're sitting. They know that every other group except for Group C, they know that Group A has played more matches than them. They know that they are tied with Group C as well. So now the pressure is on them to perform. So, and they only have one to play today. So that is exactly what that spawns into. The pressure is already on them now. Although there are a couple of standalone teams like Three Crown Esports and a couple of others that are still looking very strong and have played lesser games. Three Crown Esports currently sitting, I believe, with 50 points or so, and they have only played 4 matches. So that is already very impressive. So yeah, they've locked in, and I'm expecting more from them to, up the ante, reduce the distance between themselves and likes of Unique and the guys from Zeus as well. This would be a perfect opportunity to reduce that deficit. Although it's a brand new map, it's Miramar, it's going to take a lot. But, what teams are you looking forward to, though? Do you think there's any team here that, is going to take that pressure, especially those teams that are sitting on the other side of the leaderboard, from 9th all the way down to 16th? Do you think that, this is the map where they will decide to turn up?
Yeah, I think this is the map that may bring something that we are not even expecting. The Three Crown Esports, they know that they are losing it at the top, so they need to pull everything that they can. The Three Crown Esports right now, Nigeria has been watching them. They have been the top 3, but right now they are fighting for their like game 5. We also have teams like the Rage Astronova. These guys are good and we know of it. These guys are awesome. They have the skills, they have the tactics, but how are they going to be performing when they know what is at the top? How many points are, what is the difference between the points between them and the top leaders? They know the difference between the points, and right now they have all the pressure with them. I think they need to have the right mindset. And already, guys, a fight is already brewing, and the map is on the south. And look at that, the plane path from the west to the east. It is crazy. And right now, no one in San Martin, in Minas, no one at Pecado, Monte Nuevo, also very isolated. But right now, southern part of the map, this is where the action starts. This is where we start the game. This is the last game for the day 3 in the Pubg Mobile African Cup. And I hope, Africa, we are all watching in full support of our teams as they race to the top 14, and finally as the teams, they get to play in the LAN tournament that is in Nairobi, Kenya. Don't forget about that. And the team that shall be leading there will be playing in the PMGC. Yo, Priest, what do you think? How do you feel about us going to the PMGC? Us as African players. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's incredible, it's a big leap for esports, being able to represent the region, at that level and an S-tier tournament, big prize money, big experiences in Thailand, at the end of the year. And most of these players, they will get the opportunity to, to play against the very best the world has to offer. So it's something that I've been looking forward to. I did see the, official list. So hopefully, as more time goes by, more slots, to the region. But for now, one, and it's a big shout out to Infinix Pubg Mobile for bringing the opportunity, to Sub-Saharan Africa. It's a big win. It's a very big win for us. Hopefully, we will see more quality as the tournament progresses. But regardless, right now, it's now a matter of who, because Mercenary Union they've drawn first blood, against, I believe, DBK, right? And yeah, they've started to deal damage across the board. They started dropping bodies right off the eliminations to the 21st century. On the other hand, it's not looking too bad for them as well. They started to trade blows against, I believe, Rescue Esports, and it's a very good way to start. We did see the zone playing from the southern side because of that playing path. We saw that now teams are gonna have to deal with themselves a lot earlier than because of that playing path. And like you said, a lot of the areas in the north are very empty, and those rotations, they might be a little bit too early right now, but it might be the best.
Yeah, and guys, as we continue, you need to remember about Miramar, those close range fights, very crucial. You need the SMGs, as we saw from the F4. I think that was Sham. Yeah, Sham was the one that hit the one before with the SMG. And we shall be looking forward to see a lot of such kind of gameplays when it comes to these Miramar games. The long range weapons, Mini 14, SKS, put them into play. Apart from that, look at the SMGs. We have the SMGs, we have the Uzis, we have the UMP 45. Apart from that, don't forget the shotguns. That is the DBS pump shotgun, S12K. These are the weapons that you need to be wielding if you want to stand a chance of winning these Miramar game. And guys, as we continue the action, from Kenya already at 4 eliminations, we have the Angry X. This is Aspect still at 0 eliminations. They are fighting at the moment, but he chooses not to engage in the fight, but rather make that strategy, going back to his team and strategizing as we know it. Already one team eliminated, and right now we are down to 14. We are down to 14 teams. Angry MLK, Agari knocked, and the fight is already on. The Rangers Nova. These guys are going all in. Get your popcorns ready. The action is just beginning. This is just the beginning of it all as we know it, guys. Yeah, the Angry
This
Switch
is
still has
just
eliminated.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, PTK, because but like you said earlier, it's Miramar. Strategy is a little different. Everybody's trying to do what is best for them to get the maximum amount of points. But don't forget, I'm a firm believer of high risk, high reward. If you want to get something done, you got to make something happen relatively very quickly. The earlier you do it, the better. Again, a lot of these teams are going to be caught out on that third shift rotation, and we've already lost one team. It's going to be very expensive for some of these other teams as well that can't seem to find their way through inside of Miramar. And also at that, Miramar being the first game is also very mental for some of these teams as well. They would have loved to have an Erangel or something along those lines, but it's unfortunately not going to be the case for them. But I think tomorrow they will have their Erangel, so I think it's a win-win. They probably start the day fresh, but it is going to be just one game for them, so this game has to count. Every game counts, PTK. Every game counts.
Yeah, every game counts, guys, and this is their first game for the day. and their only game for the day. They have games tomorrow, but for today, this is just a test of how curious are they, how ambitious are they when it comes to this tournament. This is the PUBG Mobile African Cup. Don't forget about that. This is the biggest thing in the African stage, a PUBG Mobile scene. A one of the African. You know they are still the temples. Now they are trying to get something. Oh my goodness! That's the first shot. Not the temper eSports. And the temper. These guys very hot tempered. And they get their fast elimination. Also the temper is giving quite some third party. Are trying to survive. But we down Mirado trying to position themselves. They were receiving some fight. But right now, entering the play zone. Teams that have eliminations. That is the MU with 4. We have the RRG with 1 and Temper with 1 elimination. The zone is closing in. Zone at stage 1 as we continue to count losses and to count wins when it comes to these fights. Guys, Miramar, the land of the dry bones, the land of the dry shots, the land that makes these happen. An 8x8 map, one of the most competitive maps that I have ever seen. You know, you can lose it at any time. Very barren indeed, very open. Get the action in, get to the play zone fast, get the highland. I think if you have the highland, you can dominate the game. Or please, what do you think the player should be using or team should be using in order to get the advantage when it comes to this game?
You know, I think it's more about the strategy of staying alive, you know, to the final third. I think the best teams try to keep their numbers up. You know, when we get to zone 4, zone 5, you know, the teams that do have up to at least 4 players up at that stage tend to, you know, perform a lot better than teams that have lost, you know, teammates along the way, along the rotations, along the breaks in transition. So all of those things are factors. But when it comes to, you know, trying to get the best out of your performance, I think it's always going to be key to get to stay alive as long as possible. If you can get into zone 5 with 4 players, you're at a very, very huge advantage. And you can see Mercenary Union, they are one of the teams to look out for that does this. They are very good, you know, in keeping their numbers up. They do not necessarily farm the eliminations early on, but if they do get an opportunity to do that, they will not turn away from it. You can see them, Hulk and the rest of the team. They're now more prioritizing getting into a better position inside of the zone and then holding the lines and getting a high ground angle. We've seen them play exactly like this before, and it worked in their favor. And I think that, you know, if it ain't broke, you don't got to fix it. So I think that is what they are trying to achieve here. So it's more about, in Miramar, it's all about staying alive, getting your numbers up, staying with high, making it very difficult for teams to, you know, eliminate you in a form situation. I think that is the most ideal thing. Navy SEALs as well, another team from the powerhouses of Gabon, also looking for a way to get more numbers up. They're spotted through Zeus as well. So many teams here with the same strategy, all of them trying to get high ground positions in Miramar because, you know, that is how Miramar is built. So we'll see whose strategy is going to come out the best. But my eyes are going to be on 3 Crown Esports and Mercenary Union. Those are the top performing teams on this map. Maybe Temper as well. Different strategy that they play here though, but it looks like that might just work in their favor.
Oh my goodness, well said, well said, well said. But I'm seeing some improvement when it comes to the Mercenary Union. These guys are well composed today. They are patient and they're employing some new tactics. Because in the previous games, these guys were getting eliminated almost fast. But for today, these guys, they have locked in. Being their first game today, 4 eliminations already. But you know what? Let me not jinx them. Let us wait for the game and see how it is all going to boil down. The Driss is some other contenders. These guys have been pushing it all. They know that they have a shot of getting to the top 2. Not even the top 3, I'm talking about the top 2. And eventually the top 1, they have that opportunity, they have that chance. And right now, it's all unto them. It's all in their hands. The ball is in their court. Are they going to shoot or are they going to hold the ball? So they need to employ new tactics, new ways of surviving. That is quite some knock from the 21st century. Aimbot with 1 elimination. that elimination is very, very crucial. That is why he took the elimination first, even without the heals. He knows if the eliminations get stolen, that is 1 point out of them. But guys, as we continue with the action, don't forget, support your team. Let them know that you are there for them, as well as they are here representing you guys. These are the Mad Monkeys, your might. We have the 21st century. These guys, I believe they were the winners of the last game that we watched, right, Fred? I think in the day 2, I think these guys were the winners.
Yeah, and it was Miramar too.
Yo, are they going to do that today? I hope they do. If they can replicate that, that will be like a 2-time thing, like a 1-time, 2-time thing. I don't know if I'm choosing my words correctly, but I think will be one of the craziest things. Having won a last game and today going for the last game and winning it, I think that will be one of the top clutches, one of the most IQ gameplays. And we have a fight, and the 3C owner down. Oh my goodness me, that is quite some qualifier from the DCs, and the RRGs are out. Rage Astronova are out. How in the hell did that happen? 1, 2, 3, bang bang, and they are out in a blink of an eye, and we don't see them anywhere. The 3Cs, they fought a good fight. They have, I believe, they should have 4 eliminations, but they only have 2 eliminations. So I think some third party was there. Yeah, but GG's.
It looks like.
Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, it looks like Navy SEALs got a piece of the action, and they did apply some pressure onto the guy. I believe 3 Crown Esports as well, and they are going to be feeling it too, but doesn't look like they want to commit, so I think 3 Crown should be fine getting their numbers back up, but it is going to cost them a chunk of utilities to see that one through, but it looks like things are not the worst part, but it looks like 21st Century won a piece of the action as well. That's a good grenade onto Merrick, but too far-fetched to do anything about it. And 21st Century is going to be a hard breach for them. They are a man down, or rather a man less, as they are starting as a 3-man set. So it's going to be a very, very difficult breach for them. 3 Crown Esports have every single corner covered. Merrick applying that pressure over to the other side. They do have the northern position covered as well, and they are outside in the zone. Again, this is not necessarily the best call from 21st Century. It's going to be a very, very difficult position for them to breach. They are forced out into the open. 3 Crown Esports back to full strength. Yeah, this is not going to work. It is not going to work for 21st Century at all. It is going to cost them a lot more than they are willing to risk, and you can already see Quilla with the Mini 14 and the angles lighting up. Aimbot has to be very careful. Quilla is quite dangerous with that Mini, probably gonna take his helmet all the way down and probably knock it off his skull, and it is going to cost him in the long run. But Navy SEALs looking good though, that position not the worst. It looks like they might be able to yield something for them, and as we talked about earlier, Aimbot actually found a way to circle back and get the position for 3 Crown Esports, but they will be able to circle up nicely in that northern hillside position, and they will be able to hold it down for the meantime.
Yo, quite some nice gameplay that we are seeing. 3 teams already eliminated, and we have a fight 21st Century. They are trying to replicate. Oh, they did on the final day, and right now, these guys, they mean business. 2 eliminations already for Aimbot. But they are 3 players. This is Zeus, RC Emperor getting knocked, and they are going for the push. Zeus. One of the players is down, and they are getting pushed and pushed out. RCS Peggy getting that knock, and it is quite some gunfire fight. And the RCS, they win the fight. But how is that team not eliminated? I think Zeus, they had other players in different positions. So 2 of the Zeus players are surviving. RCS, they won that fight. They have 4 eliminations. Make that 5. RCS, that is the Rescue Esports, 5 eliminations as we speak. And they are currently, oh my goodness, Rushiano eliminated. And the Angries, they are coming in for that party. They know that these teams, they have casualties. And that is why that was the right call for them to make. RCS, only 2 of the players are remaining. And that is the Emperor and Spikey. buzz. Get that buzz in, because this is definitely it. Final game, Zona Stage 4. 38 players remaining, 12 teams in total. Who is going to be that cream de la cream when it comes to Miramar? 21st century. Are you going to maintain it, or are we going to see another champion? It is quite awesome, guys, to watch this, as everything and fumbles, as everything and wrangles in Miramar. A good game, a good, I think there might be a knock. A nade for a nade, but who is made to send that nade in? A Temper Shukrus getting that nade in, but didn't get the knock. But they already have a knock. The knock getting revived as we continue with the action. Temper Shukrus as they make the push. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness. Will they be able to make another knock? I don't believe they will. Oh my goodness. Temper Shukrus. What is happening? What is this gameplay that we are seeing, Priest? I believe teams are not heading like head on. Teams are just making flanks. They are not going for the fight.
I mean, it's all part of the strategy, right? It's still part of the fight, but it looks like it's going to be a hard one to knock through here. Trying to go for the finisher with the DDS, trying to crack this down. Temper, the Mad Monkeys locking it in, but looks like that will be the end of the road for the Mad Monkeys, as Shukras will put that one down in a 3-piece against the Mad Monkeys, and they will be sent back into the lobby. Unfortunate scenes for them, but it looks like 3 Crown Esports will finally get their hands on 21st century. Aimbot getting knocked away there. Trouble in paradise for 21st century, and that the numbers advantage, they may be losing out to that one. They can't find a way through here. A couple of minutes onto the play zone, starts to shrink even further down to zone 6. And now things are about to be very interesting here. Navy trying to hold a defensive line in the compound. It looks like it could work in their favor if they can keep the likes of Mercenary Union at bay. Remember, it is all about the numbers and the zone. Mercenary Union, their rotation came in a little bit too late here, so this might cost them something if they can't find a way through. Hawk already looking for an angle to close this out with, and Akaza probably has the same idea from him, but that's a beautiful Molotov. Over to the right-hand side, that's a perfectly launched grenade. It does hurt a little bit there, and that will put things into perspective. Merrick already trying to get a better angle here for the guys from 3 Crown Esports. 21st century getting forced all the way back. Merrick spins the block and gets all the way around, and that was all part of the strategy, opening the floodgates for Quilla, and Merrick gets a beautiful off angle onto Probot. He gets knocked away now. It's Aimbot, and look at Aimbot. He's swaying left and right, side to side, like that guy did from the Unrising, and again, that swaying from side to side does not stop the bullets from touching you, and he will be swept away. Mission coming through from 3 Crown Esports, and they will claim another set of victims, bringing their eliminations all the way up to 5 eliminations. And like you said, okay, 5 eliminations for 3 Crown Esports, 5 eliminations for, Rescue Esports as well. Mercenary Union with 4, Temper with 3, Angry with 3. Now these teams all sitting at the top, but the only difference is Rescue Esports and Angry are 2 players down. Do you think they can win with just 2 players?
Honestly, I think it's all possible. I think they can win with 2 players, because let me take you back, guys. Let us just rewind a bit. What we just saw today, a player getting a 1v4. I think if there are 2 players, what they can do is like magical. They can do like something awesome out of the books, and they can shock us. So as much as it's a numbers game, it just boils down to it. You need to have that winning mentality for you to win. But if you see you don't have the numbers, you start losing hope. I don't see you going anywhere. You just have the right mentality and have hope. If you don't have hope, what do you have? You are just destined for loss. So all the teams that are playing with duos, with trios, they need to employ that mentality. They need to have the right mentality to win a game. They need to have it all. As we know, all of them, for players to be here, they are skilled. So they already have the skills. Right now, mindset, it all lies down in the head. And guys, 9 teams remain, 28 players in total. At the time right now, 21 minutes in the game. And for the 9 teams, that is the 3 Cs with the 5 eliminations. Rescue Esports with the 5 eliminations. MUs with the 4 eliminations. Angry with the 3, Tempers running high with the 3 eliminations, RRQ with the 1, Rex with the 1, Navy with the 1, and finally the 1, Banda with 0 elimination. But what is happening? The Rescue Esports are suffering yet another casualties, and only one of the guys is remain. That is Emperor. But Emperor goes for the revive. But they are getting pushed, and they are getting pushed hard. I think it's all going to be happening right now. Ruthless is, oh my goodness, one band dancing to the tune. And that is how they have been eliminated. But I don't know about the one band. Why was it only one player remaining? What is happening to the one band? Because when you look at the table, I don't think it's looking great for them. And right now, they already have been eliminated. What is going through their heads? Like, how are these guys? What is the tactic? What should they do? Oh my goodness me. I have a lot of questions and I don't know if they will be answered. But I think they need to come with a different strategy. That is for the one band. As we continue, we have the Ruthless Esports. That is vaccine, getting vaccinated. Nowadays, only 2 of the players are surviving. 2 of the guys eliminated. And the action is still on. Ruthless Esports vaccine is still down. Emperor, they are going for it. They are going for it all. Priest, the fights right now, they are wrangling. All the teams that are holding positions, they are fighting. Are they going to get the knocks? Are they going to get the win?
Valid questions. Valid questions. It's really a matter of who wants it more at this stage, because we, like I said, we have 3 big dogs, all with 4 players up. Mercenary Union, Temper, 3 Crown Esports, all sharing 6 eliminations apiece. And that tells you that, yes, this lobby is just as tough as one would think. Sharing the points all across the board there tells you all you need to know, that every single team at this stage has a lot of ground to cover. And now 3 Crown Esports, for me, they are the best team on Miramar, and I believe they should get the job done. But it's all about, it really boils down to, you know, what the next play zone does. But I think irrespective of that, 3 Crown Esports should take the chicken dinner. I mean, they're set up very, very nicely. It is only Temper that could be a thorn in their flesh, but it all depends on where the zone decides to shift. If it shifts a little bit towards the northern side from this angle here, then I believe the job is already halfway done for 3 Crown Esports. But they need to make sure that Temper cannot get an angle on them. That's a fantastic grenade from 6 guard, but it doesn't connect. But he does have an idea and an inkling on where he is trying to go next. And now that play zone shifts away, forces 3 Crown Esports to make those rotations now. But are they going to make them towards the east or the western side? Because every single corner is going to be occupied. Mercenary Union is a team that they do not want to play on a hillside position. It would for them to slam into the guys from RRQ and take that position away from them. That would be a better call. And they cannot allow themselves to be third party by Mercenary Union. A lot of intel out in the open, 4 players each. The moment they start to lose players, that is where the problem begins. So Temper, on the other hand, have been blessed by the zone. We saw this happen, you know, to Team Unique in the previous game, and they ended up winning, but they did have a compound to defend them. And the only team with a compound here is RRQ. That is why 3 Crown Esports have opted to break down these walls, and now the journey begins immediately for the first one to go down. Jump shot to the DBS over to the corner, tries to rock it down immediately. Owner closes the shops, and that's a beautiful drop through from 3 Crown Esports. They're breaching, they're closing down, but Temper, they hear the commotion and they want a piece of it as well. The third party trying to be eloquently closed down. Foden immediately hops out the window, will be dropped to his knees by 6 guard. Temper trying to close this down and take away this position. They know that if 3 Crown Esports can take that compound, they will be in trouble, and they are already getting proactive to snatch it all the way back. Born and Nowadays will be the last 2 left for RRQ. Big defensive parlay coming through there from RRQ. Again, 3 Crown Esports somehow found a way to break inside that compound, and it was the right call, and they made it to perfection, PTK.
Oh my goodness me, the 3 crowns guys, these guys want it. They want the crown, they want it all. Tempers with 7 eliminations, 3 crowns with 7 eliminations. We have the MUs with the 6 eliminations, Angry with the 3, RRQ with the 2, And finally, the Rex with the 2 elimination. But yo, nowadays getting knocked, and I believe only one of the players is surviving. Temper as Zeke eliminated. Yo, we have a fight, the 3 crowns. Oh my goodness, 3C owner is down, are getting knocked, and the Tempers, they are coming it all. They are coming for the 3Cs. 3Cs. Look at the third party. Oh my goodness me, quite some need, but the need only inflicted very little damage. Oh my goodness. Everywhere we have players. The 3Cs are cornered. We have one player in their midst. That is on the west side. We have one from the MUs. We have 2 players from the Tempers. Oh my goodness, the 3Cs, they are making a push. 6-9. Oh my goodness, cornered from every direction. They need to watch out for the 6-9. 3Cs. Aquila getting knocked. 6-9. He is on a rampage. He is on a kill spree. Oh my goodness, Quilla. Oh my goodness, 6-9. Make those kills. Make those eliminations. Oh my goodness me. What a shotgun from the 3 crowns. GG's. 3 crown is post. They are coming for the crown. They are coming for their kingdom. They are coming for it all. Love it, hate them. These are the men. Oh my goodness. 3 crowns. Wait another fight. Fight back. Together are very relentless. They are going for the push. Oh my goodness, Temperzik. Oh my goodness, this is only one of the players is surviving. Only one of the players. They are getting busted. They are getting knocked down by buys to the dresses. They were at the central position, and that is what happens when you are pushed by 4 teams. They fought a good fight, but unfortunately, the fight was not enough, please. The fight was not enough.
Expensive. It was expensive. It was the cost. And 3 Crown Esports did pay it in full. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Temper excellently holding that line, making the decisions very quickly. Surely they have done all they need to do. Hawk will be getting flushed by 6 guard, and the South African team is about to claim yet another chicken dinner in this 4 versus 2 versus 1. Angry plays deep into the southern side, trying to hold it down. Aspect from that western corner with a sightline onto Zeke and Captain, but they do have the minis, they do have the sightlines onto that left-hand side position, and they're probably going to capitalize on it any moment from now. It is all about what the play zone says. It is all about the play zone at this moving juncture. Aspect again falls for the bait and switch, immediately gets sprawn to the floor with the Scarrel, and no chance for him there. Shrooks gets the finish again, closes that down. Temper on the front foot, and Switch will be the last one left for Angry. But what a performance they have had regardless. He has had 4 eliminations out of the entire 5, and Temper, all that it takes now is for them to just hang on. That's a good grenade, but I believe Switch has been spotted there by Shikos again. Sorry, going to close this one down over to the northern side, and they will be circling back and forth. Angry over to that top position. Probably going to work from them though. Temper playing this quite nicely, using every single corner to hide their angles and hide their position. Be on the front foot going forward, and they will circle back in, but it doesn't look like much is going to breathe out from this one though. Again, every single position here occupied by Temper, and they're about to close this down onto the final third. There's not a lot of cover. Switch pops up, but he will be shut down by Zeke, and the job will be done. Ali QZ will be going back into the lobby, and that will be a winner chicken dinner for Temper. Well executed, well deserved, absolutely incredible performance from Temper.
Oh my goodness me. Guys, I saw Temper and these guys, so they were high-tempered and they set the tempo when it came to Miramar. These guys want it, and I think they might be getting it, and they got it. That is Miramar game and the Temper. Temper tampering with everyone. You cannot win a 3v1. It is a 1v all chance. It is a 1v0 chance of winning that game. And in the final game, in the final zone, the Tempers, you guys, you did a good job. GG's to them. They have the skills, they had the numbers, they had the location, they had the intel, they had it all. This was some good IGLing, and this was some good show of skills, show of. As said, that was awesome, guys. That was the final game for the day. Tempers, high-tempered, and that was just it. The MVP of this game. That is the TMP Zik or the Champa Zik himself. 3 eliminations, 6 assists. How do you get 6 assists? 6 assists, 3 eliminations. I believe this might be the only player that I've seen with the most assists and very few eliminations, and still the MVP. GG's to the man. TMP Zik with the 3 eliminations. Quite some damage. 931. 3 knocks. GG's to that guy. 3 C's. Merix. They played a good game. The 3 C's, they played a good game. Unfortunately, it didn't go to their side, but they got very good points in that game. 5 knocks. You have the TMP. That is Shukruza with 6 eliminations, 5 knocks. Angry Switchu, 4 eliminations, 1 knock. And finally, the men, they are back up. That is the MUs. They are the light of the East African country, that is Kenya. And today, they have made a mark for themselves. MU, Maliquiz with the 2 eliminations and the 2 knocks. GG's to our top players of the Miramar game. They came with the zest, they came with the ambition, they came with the zeal, and they made that happen. As we look at the match summary, Priest, this has been an awesome game.
Absolutely incredible game. 51 eliminations though. I think it was pretty similar to one of the matches we had today. Also 51 eliminations. Also, that one had 10 headshots, but we have 9 in this game. 368 meters. The distance that we saw, I think that was from a Mini 14 across the board much earlier in the game. We had 2 airdrops go outside and get picked up, 3 green eliminations. Unfortunately, the vehicle was not that much used as a weapon, but we saw, how it panned out going forward. But it was a very, very interesting game, very high energy, very high quality from those teams. I did expect a couple of teams to perform, and they did perform. Temper, Mercenary Union, 3 Crown eSports putting in that work, and that was something that I enjoyed, watching from these teams that did love to play Miramar a little bit more than the other teams. It did play out, it did work out for them. We saw the strategies, coming clutch, turn out time and time again, and every single team, they stood on business and they put in the work. I mean, this is one of those lobbies that we look out for. But but let's take a quick look at the highlights, because it was chaotic. At some point, PTK creamy in that compound.
Yeah, it's because it was very intense. At times, when the tensions go high, we must go high, because we also have the tension. We are feeling the energy of the game. We are feeling it all. And the higher it goes, the higher it becomes, the more the energy. This is not like the mountains. The higher you go, the cooler it becomes. For these games, the higher you go, the hotter it becomes. And we have seen it. This was the fight, the 21 bots, the 3 C's. They made that plan. That was quite amazing. They played a good game. And the Champions, these guys were not joking at all. When it comes to those options, the men themselves, they were not joking. Quite some beautiful trophy phrase. They had it all. They were setting the motion, and they got their results. 21st century. They fought a good fight. That was the aimbot. I believe it got 2 eliminations. Although there were 3 of them, they played a good fight. When it comes to this game, numbers is a factor. If you don't have the numbers, you are disadvantaged. But the 21st century, they played a good game. As you can see with the coach, 3 players, and they were getting coaching. They were taking out. Oh my goodness, that is the knock. They played a good game. But when it came to that game, they were totally outnumbered. They tried their best, but unfortunately, that did happen. Angry X-Smoke. These guys were the ringleaders. They were the ringleaders, but then we have some new champions, and that is the Temple. That is a GG. They played quite some fight. They gave us quite some show, and these are the team stats for the number 1 team. Tempers! Captain with 1 elimination, damage 247. This guy, I believe he was the IGL. And guys, let me tell you something about being an IGL. Being the IGL does not mean that you are going for the push. It means that you make the critical decisions. You'll tell the fragger when to push. You tell the flanker what to do. You are the man that is making the decisions. And as we know it, Captain, a very good job for you. We have the sixth squad with 4 eliminations. GG's to him. We have Zeke having gotten 3 eliminations. And finally, the man that made that team with the 6 eliminations. And guys, as we look at this priest, this is quite some match ranking. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Wow. 24 points for Temper. That's a big leap on that leaderboard now. 14 for 3 Crown Esports. Solid performance from them as well. Mercenary Union in third with 13. Just one behind 3 Crown Esports. Angry with 10. Continuously putting in that performance. Rescue Esports with 6. What is that? Rex?
No, that is the Rescue Esports.
Yeah, Rescue Esports.
Rex,
I'm talking about the next team. Is that Reject or something?
Yeah.
Oh, Ruthless Esports. Okay, yeah. Okay, fair. Double RQ in 7th with 4. Navy Seals in 8th place with 2 points. Also sharing 2 points with them will be Zeus and 21st Century. But the overall ranking tells you all you gotta know. Unique and Zeus still untouchable yet, but you're not too far away. 3 Crown Esports back in action into the top 3, 65 points to the good. Temper with 60 after 5 matches played. They are well on their way with that performance. 5 matches to the good, though. Angry putting themselves in the top spot as well with 58 points. Neon Rising will slip all the way down, and they might even slip further because, you know, these teams have they still have one more match to play tomorrow. So yeah, the proof is in the pudding. You know, Mo Esports 54 points, 12 Esports with 48, not too far out as well. As we move over to the other side of the leaderboard, Rejects are now in the top 9, slipping away there. But XTC Execute still with 43, now slipping down into that 14th spot, being occupied by Final Boss. But let's not forget, one band did play in this lobby, 21st Century as well. They have now added points to their tally, but they only have 1 match left, and they have a lot of ways to go to add more to the points that they've already gotten. So eyes will be on them tomorrow for sure. Espada, the same exact thing. These teams are kind of slipping away, you know. 31 points to the good, them and the Donkeys. Again, there's a lot of ground to cover. 2 more games will be added onto them tomorrow still, though, so they do have a lot to cover. They do have a lot to look out for. But, you know, Mercenary Union also putting in the work. Finally 29 points to the good, but again, they are still swimming in the deep end of the water there with 5 games played and only 29 points. They can do so much better, and they need to do so much better. They need more performances like the one we just saw to keep that on. But let's not forget, Double RG is also here. 5 matches played, 27 points. Not the most ideal setting, but they do play 1 more game tomorrow to balance the scale. So that is where everybody's going to be looking out for. Rescue Esports, the exact same thing. They gotta be looking out for it, and they have to be very, very certain, PTK. But take a look at these teams, PTK. Do you still think that there is hope for these teams?
Honestly, I still believe we have hope, because look at the SUs, the slaughter units. Let's take a game, and these guys get 24 points. If they get 24 points, I believe they're in the top 15. I think they'll be in the top 15 or the top 12, because they'll have like, that is 48 points, and 48 points, you are in. So there is still hope. There is still hope for the teams that are here. That is from team number 25 to team number 48. There is still hope for all these teams. As much as it is very, very minute, I believe just cling on to that hope and bring your best. Don't forget, we still have 3 days. That is day number 4, day number 5, and finally the day number 6. Those are good points that these teams can collect in those matches. As we look, we have the ECs, we have the OTEX, we have the Galaxies. Galaxies, they have a chance. We have the Ruthless Esports, Evil. All these teams, they have a chance. They just have to have the composure. Just have the composure and push until it all happens. push until it all falls to place. Navy have been playing good, but I don't know what happened. But I think they still have a chance. We have the Evil. Evil today, they played a very good game, but unfortunately, they didn't get the point that they wanted. But these guys, I believe they might be contenders for the top 14. But they need to go that extra mile. As much as we tell you guys that we have hope, teams have hope, they need to go that extra mile themselves, because it will not be given to you on a silver platter. You just have to work for it. Nothing is easy as you know it. Nothing is never easy. If it is easy, it is not legit. But if it is making you go to the training grounds, if it is making you go play those creams, if it is making you do work with your sensitivities, just know it is what they work. And guys, as you can see, these are the top teams at the bottom of the table. We have the OBPs. They are still fighting hard. EMPs, the Emperors, I don't know what happened to them. We have the 4B4s, Rush, Cyphers at GT. Those are the teams finalizing the table. And guys, these are the elimination leaders. As you can see, the numbers don't lie. Zeus Logic, 16 eliminations today. RGCS, 15 eliminations. This was a man that was pushing for it all. Unique. And I don't think we can mention MVPs and top elimination leaders without mentioning this man. Unique Madman. This was the man. Day one was the MVP, and still right now he is in the leaderboard. Angry 629 with the 15, and finally the Zeus Dogger with the 14 eliminations. So I don't even know how good are these players that they are getting 16 elimination. Please, how good are these players to be on the elimination leaderboard? Because this is so insane. 16, 15, 15, 15, 14. Oh my goodness, I don't even know what to say, Priest. I don't even know what to say.
I mean, it has been a journey, it has been an incredible ride so far. But ladies and gentlemen, we are at the halfway point of the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup. 15 matches have been played, and another 15 are still yet to come. Tomorrow, the action continues in the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup, brought to you by PUBG Mobile Africa and PUBG Mobile and Infinix. Don't forget that GT20 Pro is looking very sweet, so try to get your hands on one because they came from nowhere. With the GT30 Pro, they rise, and so can you. Buy now, win a trip to 2025 PMGC, be their number one fan, and outplay the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025, the road to PMGC starts here. 15 games down, 15 more to go. And right now we've seen the leaderboards. We've seen the teams that are grinding hard and grinding really strong to put themselves into that top 14. And that is where you need to be. So ladies and gentlemen, it is not over just yet. Tomorrow, same time, you will be locked in. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. It has been an amazing journey so far, but the action still continues tomorrow. So make sure you keep your reminders on, and we'll see you same time tomorrow. Until then, it's good night and have fun. See you.
Bye.